know how to be a streamer. Okay. What am I doing? Wait. Hi, I think I just started the stream before I was actually ready. I'm trying to remember how computers work. There we go. Discard. Okay. Let's see. Wait. I'm just trying to get the chat popped out so I can see the chat while I game. This should not be difficult. Stream manager. Here. Oh, there's a cat boy standing on me. Okay, pop out the chat, pin the chat, shrink the chat, and definitely more like dark magic. Hi, E. And I think we are good to go. All right, where did I leave off? Oh, I need to turn on New Game Plus. Sound might help. That's something was missing. I should have done this before I went live, but I'm making tea. Okay, background music. Master. There we go. Alright, let's go talk to Robot. You escaped crafting limbo? I don't believe you. I do not believe you, E. You are still in crafting now. See to the wounded. If they live, help them. If not, move on. Yeah, I just left off the end of the quest there. Dramatic. Yep, Reach is completely trash. Look at this. Xenos just comes in here and trashes our house. Theory youth. Hi, Mefford. Mefford lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenching his fist at the small charm which he take for safety. It was already cold when I got it. There was naught I could do. The charm must have been important. Best take it to Conrad. Aww. Gosh, that sucks. So they brought him back into the story after his little side quest thing in ARR. Brought him back to the story and then just kind of killed him off. Because, like, he was central to the Allegheny side of things, and now he's dead. Stormblood was pretty good about not killing off major characters, but they did not hesitate to just fridge minor characters, side characters. Not even minor. Yay, Conrad's alive. For now. Nago, Mefford, where are you? I'm trying to see the small wooden charm, Mefford clenching his fist as he breathes his last, and doesn't tell us anything more. This is... He's dead, isn't he? Did we just walk up and hand him the thing without saying a word? That's certainly a way to break the news. Mefford was a worrier, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, so that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not for the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. Olivia was like, relatable! Waking Sands Massacre vibes. Yeah! But that's exactly the kind of man who should be a leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up. Oh, come on, Conrad, you'll be fine. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Nice, really. Who stands, who falls, in the heat of battle we can but do our best, as he did. Mefford will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not, and they need us now more than ever. I don't think he gets it, more or less. Noraxia! I was trying to remember the sylph's name the other day. Aye, that they do. Forgive me. I had high hopes for him, that's all. See, if Mefford would have lived, we could have put him in charge of things at the end. And that would have been great. Let's see. What can you do at a time like this other than curse the gods and your own powerlessness? I'll recover. My injuries aren't serious. But that was clearly by choice and not happenstance. They meant to take me alive. That's terrifying! Master Kemp seems quite shaken. And you're not healthy. Sneaky kid. You're worried about Ashtola, aren't you? It's too early to make any kind of prognosis, but she's alive for now. If it wasn't for her, it'd be me lying there. I wish it was. Everyone is upset. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerlessness to withstand our enemy's assault. Crucino's a buzz. Gosh, he'd look even worse. We cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphino said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Valgar's reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Orient will need to be taken by Chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good, I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scout the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Fetch quest, at least we can go very far. Sorry. I was having really bad allergies earlier today, and it's mostly cleared up, but... You're saying he's like Samson, E? Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Alright, she's doesn't let me ransack the place. I'll just make a note of everything on a little paper for her. Lieutenant Scottison, Master blah, Marshal Tarpin says you might have something for me. Jove be praised, this should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Shola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Cryle. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Garleans try it. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrades' health allows. To Castrum Orient. Master Kemp, your concern for your men's well-being is commendable, but I would urge you to consider your own. Let us pray they arrive safe. You saved a good many of my men. I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we will not be mounting an assault in Castelbladen or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects. But first, we need to put affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you at Castrum Orient. Understood. We will go and speak with General. Yeah, I felt like it was pointless. Between Medford and Conrad, I felt like one of them should have survived. They could have killed one and left the other yeah. Because killing off one important side character at this part here helps drive home that, yeah, this was a massacre. But, so kill off one of them here and then leave the other alive. So, you did not leave it in charge. Sorry, Elise, you're a kid. You're a wonderful kid, but you're not a politician. Conrad is. Mefford could have been. I don't see Elise as a politician. Does Elise even want to be a politician? Does she really want to just wear her nice dress and sit behind tables and not punch things? That sounds like we're cheating her out of what she actually wants to do, too. So. It's not fair. That's a rant for the end of the game. End of the patch. Pippin has already departed with one wounded, has he? Good, we have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperator. Imperatoris. Specula Imperator. After quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives after having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave them to fight another day. Oh, sorry, that's right. So why are you looking away from me? You don't leave them to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castrum Orient. We discuss our path toward that. Our path forward then. Oh yeah, I was using my griffins for this part. American griffins. Although I would think it just worked. I think I'm getting good load screens now, but let's see. Aside from the girly and garbage load draft, it's quite lovely. It wasn't daytime when I came through here, so day before. Frenches are lovely. And then we have Garland trash. God. Kryl is with his Tola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kryl says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. I just pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skull's commander cut down Mefford. A single blow, and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it, it was an Alamegan. God's help me, if I ever... No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Oh, Lise. Xenos is a freak, yeah.
エオルゼア同盟軍、そして暁の方々、救援部隊の派遣、改めて感謝させてほしい。おかげで少なくない数の仲間が命拾いをした。
よしてください。我々はもう仲間ではありませんか。
アルフィノ殿が申す通りだ。帝国と戦う同志である以上、協力を惜しむつもりはない。
ありがたい。しかし我らアラミゴ解放軍の戦いはこれまでじゃ。メフリットをはじめ中核を担ってきた者の多くがやられてしもうた。もはや組織的な抵抗活動は難しいじゃろう。
コンラッド隊長。
悔しい気持ちはわしにもある。故郷を奪った帝国を憎む気持ちが消えたわけでもない。しかしな、今回襲ってきた連中は。
Here's another good screenshot for guys did nothing wrong.
ドクロ連隊、帝国支配下で生まれ育ったアラミゴ人たち。
連中は20年前のアラミゴ征服時に真っ先に帝国に従い市民権を得た有力者の子孫たちじゃ。
Ferdola is
アラミゴ
19.
人の両親のもとに生まれながらも彼らは帝国式の教育を受け帝国人として育ってきた。
She's 19. She's a kid. She doesn't even really know anything
裏切り
else.
者と罵るのはたやすいが未来を担うべき若者たちにあのように敵意を向けられては。アラミゴ人同士で切り結ぶ先に未来があるのかと
Hi, Havershine. I don't know who you are, but hi.
だからって諦めるって言うんですか。ナーゴ。私は諦めませんよ。ここで引いて生き残ったとして死んでいった仲間たちになんて説明すればいいんですか。
I'm with Conrad on this kind of, but Monaga's got me convinced.
その叫び、我が輩にも同意させてくれ。犠牲を無駄にせぬためにも、今一度不退転の覚悟を固め、どんなに苦しくとも前に進むべきだ。
じゃがな、今回の襲撃によってゼノスの圧倒的な力が再び示された格好じゃ。そんな中、 立ち上がろうという勇気のある者はあまりに少ない。
確かに化け物じみた強さだった。あのゼノスっての皇太子なんでしょ。
Yeah, that Garlean throne.
ああ、王位継承権第1位の大物だ。アラミゴの総督となる前は東州オサード大陸の属州ドマの反乱を鎮圧したことで武名を高めた将とも聞く。今やアラミゴとドマという2つの属州を管轄する立場にある帝国でも指折りの実力者というわけさ。そんな相手とどう対するべきか。
Garlemald and their multiple off-screen succession crises. It's that throne is cursed. It's like the Game of Thrones throne. You sit on it, you die, or you turn into Xenos. Let's see, fight, keep fighting until we win. Or try to quit. No. You know what? This is absolutely in character.
固い決意は必要だが、闇雲に戦っても疲弊するだけだ。一人の将棋、二つの属州。そうか。ドマ解放を優先し、ゼノスを揺さぶるというのはどうだろう。
Oh, so yeah, it's Alphinaud's idea to stick one plot inside of another plot. Nested plots. It's his idea. That makes sense.
逆に言えば、ここでわしらがついえれば、帝国を利し、東方で故国を奪還せんとする者たちも苦境に立たされるわけか。
コンラド殿、ここ
It
が
is a
正
good
念
plan.
場で
It's
す
just bad narrative
彼ら
pacing.
ならばゼノスの目を東方へと向けさせることができる。
I
そ
feel
の間
like
に再びアラミゴの民をまとめましょうぞ。
if it was a movie or a novel, this would be great because you could switch back and forth. You would have two sets of main characters in two places, and you switch back and forth, and it'd be great. But because it's a video game and it's first person, and you only follow the one character, your player character, it just makes for some bad pacing.
私、東方に行くよ。行って帝国と戦う方法を見つけ出してくる。もう二度と仲間をこんな目に遭わせないために。
Also, going into Stormblood fresh, not knowing how the story goes at all, the lead up to it at the end of Heaven's Ward is all Alamigo, Alamigo, and then you finally get in and you're in Alamigo and you see two zones in Alamigo and you're fighting there and it's all Alamigo, and they're like, oh, up to Doma you go. So it's a bit abrupt the first time through. I was like, okay.
頼む。アラミゴの民に再び立ち上がるための時間を作ってくれ。
すまない。感謝するぞい。不甲斐ないわしらのためにこうまでしてくれるとは。
Alright, let's go blackmail pirate, guys. Or better ways for that, still. Stocks all the NPCs. The rumors are to be believed. This is not the first time Xenos has spared his foes. They say he abides by an unusual code and takes pleasure in the fight. Whatever his reasons, we must use this time to our advantage. Yeah, they were dropping Doma stuff too, so it was. We had hooks for both. It was just more of it was about Alamigo, and also I was maybe focused on Alamigo for reasons that later became obvious. I wish you well in your journey, my friend. Let us pray that when we meet again, our fortunes will be much changed. Ye gods, the pain. It seemed like a good idea at the time. You said your piece, yes? Now would you please return to bed? You'll never recover if you carry on like this. I can't deny a part of me wants to stay and fight, but I know I'd be more use to you and the others. So we fight on, come what may. Sentiment notwithstanding, what other choice do we have? We've got a long road ahead of us, but it all begins with the first step. We'll stay in the Reach and rebuild. We'll reinforce our defenses, and if they come again, we'll be ready. Alright. I like this ball just standing on the map table. Oh, the Midgard Sommer landed on her head. I love that. It goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. I'm quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves, and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we will free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. Right. That which is beyond one alone may yet be within the reach of many. Yay. Almost sounded like Spock right there. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Lothar is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I'm one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather Tataroes. Before we discuss that, there's another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Ishtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. You know, Alphino, it would have been quicker to just ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose, would you be willing to look after Ishtola and provide support to Arnvald and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, Olivia and Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Laminsa. Anything more to say? No, same. I wish you well on your journey, my friend. Let us pray that when we meet again, our fortunes will be much changed. We've got a long road ahead of us, but it all begins at the first step. Alright, off to the Catboy Central. I'm on ferry, so you can imagine what Limbs is like here. Ferry has been called the Limsa of Aether. Yeah. They haven't loaded in! Run! It's taking its sweet time. I can fit right in. The load screens are fine, but I guess I'm loading it. I don't really know that. Dead Molotov. Cat just like that. Oh, the dead Lollifel's named Doormat. Look at this guy. This one almost allows me. There we go. There's Lamsa. Put my clothes back on too. Yeah, the chess piece is scouting only. It was just taking forever to actually load my glamour after I switched classes. So I got to be a dancer in the scouting piece. Briefly. Blessed by the lag. And yeah, that chess piece is the only reason I actually play Ninja. I made it canon for this guy, but it is the only reason. Switch back. Yeah, it's no fair though, because the shirt is scouting only, and then I'm wearing different things for everything else, because I think the pants and gloves are tank, and the hat is healer. So those resistance dudes are like cross-classing like crazy, and I'm jealous. I spoke with Orianger and Thancred along the way. To say they were surprised by our stratagem would be something of an understatement, but they did not dispute its logic. I just want to wear this to tank with my axe. That's all I've wanted since I rolled this character. Vilbrand was always Ashtola's domain. I haven't spent much time here, to be honest. Yeah, they made the Sky Pirate stuff glamourable. Let's do it with this. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merylwood lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, inasmuch as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. Then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvelin of the Kraken's Arms. I'm going to pronounce his name wrong because it is French. I am sorry. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with the pirates, she says in front of the pirate. Greetings and salutations, Scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement? Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. That's not going to go over very well. Ah, but where was I? Ah, yes. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. Little diplomat. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable leader, keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause, and negligible profit. I love this part so much. Well, I, for one, think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. I love her. Look at that. I love her. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you with this once. It's super effective, yeah. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane and Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. I love that part so much. Tataru blackmails a pirate. She gets a little evil grin. It's really gosh, Swilly. Got to roll a drinking cat boy. Man. Can you clip chat on... Here's a screenshot of it. Blackmail, is it? This is a dangerous game the two of them are playing. What guarantee do we have the Carvalent will just throw us overboard? I'm not sure what just happened. I could have sworn he was about to turn us down, but then he changed his mind? At least you're a meathead. The poor little boy had only seen 14 summers when he left Ishgard. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to finally be free to explore the world, unbeholden to all the stuffy traditions of the Holy See? Such a shame that he never returned home. Without him, the Count de Durantaire must look elsewhere for a successor, and the good Lord Jacques Renard is one step closer to being next in line. Wait, the obnoxious weirdo from Astrologian is kind of next in line for countship there? Oh gosh, no wonder this guy is like focused on that spoiled, way later in the crafting quest, he's like focused on that spoiled nephew of his. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering in the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press a point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvalent's for obsessively checking NPCs. You never know, sometimes there's like a really interesting chunk of lore or some good character building that happens in those little side dialogues. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while we ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I would procure the necessary supplies. Alice, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Ryanger on present developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. They have in-flight brochures. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Olivion and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Olivion. It's a tiny, not even continuity, but tiny realism glitch here. Real-life sailing ships leave when they leave, and you have to be ready to go with the ship because it depends on weather and the tide, and if you don't have modern weather apps, you're basically ready to go, and the captain says, we'll probably leave sometime tomorrow, and then you hang out on the ship, and then they're like, okay, we're going, and you go. It's not perfectly scheduled like this, like airplanes are. So going all the way back to Revenant's Toll wouldn't really be something that they do. Okay, yeah, we've got Skywatchers, though. It might be a little more accurate. I guess it's always just bugged me as a tiny glitch. Like, okay, waiting for this ship. We've got some time, so let's just port halfway across the continent. I guess it's also just one of those little bits where gameplay and narrative kind of collide. Well, here we are. We need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Oh, hi, Nico, by the way. He's wandering the kitchen. Hi, Yoshiki. Ooh. Thanks for everything, Yoshiki. My tea is cold. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Is it cat cameo time? No. Okay. Is Tola here anymore? I guess she would be behind this door that doesn't get unsealed until 5.3, 5.4. No? Can you? Baby, can you? No? No? Okay. Tail. Okay. He's covering the screen, standing on the desk. Cat, come here. Cat. Hi, Grace. This is what you all tuned in for. Cat. Okay, let's see. I don't know. Just, there it is. A cat. Lovely soft cat. Hey, Balder. Yeah. Soft cat. Is that how that goes? I don't know how my own camera works. That's good enough. He's enormous, you guys. It's a giant cat. Greetings, Olivia, and what brings you to the toll this eve? What, you're for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity, the Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. Lord Kyan was a good man and only cared for his people. Though it pained him to kneel to Garlemald, he did so for our sake, and for our sake he would willingly have endured the ignominy for another 25 years had we not besieged him to act. But we convinced him that we could win, that we could defeat Xenos and the Empire, and for our failure, he paid the ultimate price. See, that is why you click on them a second time. He blinked at me. Naught would bring me greater joy than to join you on your journey. However, Lady Ugiri made it clear that we were to remain here and safeguard the community we have built. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you go to join Ugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nege clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men in Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of our dear Lord Kyan has become a den for Garlean dogs. Second. Doma was all but wiped from the face of Othard. Only Doma Castle, seat of our Lord and symbol of all that we were, was spared the wages of war. Yet for the blessing that it is, the thought of that witch and her sycophants claiming it for her own fills me with unspeakable anger. Oh, it's raining out there, almost. It smells like rain. You know, Revenant's Toll is a really interesting place the way it's got. It's kind of a crossroads of people from all over, but I'm thinking about how, like, in maybe 3 or 4 generations down the road, and you've got a whole bunch of Domans here still, and a whole bunch of Eorzeans from all over Eorzea. Imagine what kind of accents would, and what it would do, what the language would be like there. It could develop its own language. Certainly its own dialect. A couple hundred years, maybe its own language, but yeah. And the accents could be really interesting. I like world building. If Doma knows peace in our time, I should like to see it with my own eyes. Perhaps partake of these hot springs to whom I tells me of as well. Are you truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me. I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood. Free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. He says again. I remember sitting on the banks of the One River as a child, watching the fishing boats drift by. But now the One River is closed to all, the moon gates open for none. wanted to talk to... What's her face here? Ethne. Tataru has entrusted me with the remainder of her responsibilities in her absence. Should you require aught, pray do not hesitate to ask. Tataru's apprentice. She must be busy. Did I miss anyone here? I guess usually we've got more standing around over here, but I guess it cleared out. Oh, there we go. It's raining. Yay. Balder's watching the rain. She's outside. Yeah. Ooh, it's raining. I know that it was raining. Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ashgardians. But anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. I like Lise like this. Like, she's a little dippy in a very endearing way. Eager, excited, wants to punch things. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa Lominsa. Alphino said to meet him at the ferry docks, I think. I did read this quest. I keep forgetting, in English is it Alphino or Alphinod? Do they pronounce that last B? And when it gets transliterated from Japanese, basically Alfino. D is silent in English. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, since I usually play in Japanese, I'm just between me sounding things out and how it's pronounced in Japanese, which is sometimes different. Let's see. I'm going to no, Arcanist. Oh, Puggies and Say are discussing marriage. You guys can see the chat. Puggy is saying that he almost got married in game, but he's not friends with that girl anymore. That's none of my business. This is certainly none of your business. What? No, I looked at the map, I'm like, yep, we're going to the Arcanist Guild, and then I was like, here we go, where's the Fisherman's Guild? Arcanists. Oh, it's raining! I know I can't do anything about the rain. The cat tells me about the rain. Your cat. Yes, here. There. Baby boy. Baby boy. If you don't like the rain, you don't have to sit in the windowsill. Let's go talk. Some kids. An army marches on its stomach. Tataru took that lesson to heart. It's times like this I'm glad we've got Tataru taking care of business. It's times like always I'm glad we've got Tataru. I mean, the Scions would not function without her. She is the backbone of the entire plot of the game, the entire MSQ. A surfeit of sumptuous foods, wondrous sundries, plenty of clean undergarments. Yes, I do believe we have everything we need for a lengthy voyage. You've returned, Olivion. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends at Revenant's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We'll have time enough to talk on our journey to Kuga. Triple triad cards? Yeah. Olivion's got a few hundred of those. Only if you actually know he's kind of scanty. It's Osterkamp, my other character I've done completion is triple triad on. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparation. Assuming you've completed yours, we may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. Okay, now there's cat fur in my face. He's shedding. He's still shedding. Baby boy. Okay. Brush you later. Oh, he blinked at me. Make sure you guys can see him. There is a cat. All set, lad? I'll see you to the ship, if so. Board the Misery. He named it the Misery. Cutscene time. I love the ships in this game. I love how realistically huge they are. I'm just sad we never get, like, a whole zone or something that's a something ship. Because the ships in the river series.
間に合ったようですね。
あら、ウリエンジェン。見送りに来てくれるなんて思わなかったわ。
遥か東方に向かい大航海に出立する皆様に一つの塩を送らんとやってまいりました。
Should be very well on this ship.
日いずる地にて生まれし赤き輝き烈火となりて日沈む地にて生まれし青き輝きを食らわん。
なんだか不吉なしね。お得意の予言師ってやつかしら。
東方由来の古い詩の一節ですよ。心備えておけば避けうる災いもあるもの。それを知っておいていただきたいのです。
いつもながら回りくどいんだから。でもまあ、ウリエンジェ流の贈り物だと思っておくわ。
アリゼ様、あなたには別の贈り物もあります。東方で
Look at that sword. Oh.
綺麗な祭典。これを私に？
エーテルの刃は優れた武器なれど、成長過程にあるあなたの心身には負担も大きい。特別にしつらえた品ですので。
魔法をかけて私のエーテル波長に合わせているのね。すごく手に馴染むわ。ありが
さて乗客の皆さん、そろそろ出港したいのですが、今吹いているいい風を逃したくはありません。
そういうことらしいわ。じゃあね、ウリエンジェ。後のことは任せたわよ。サンクレットにもよろしく伝えておいてね。
Cat using his cat pad. see. It's a camera. I see a cat in a cat bed. Okay. Nebby. He's staring straight at me. Oh. Good boy. There we go. How big that ship is. I love how the ships that are docked in limbs that you can just walk onto them and walk around and visit different cabins and stuff. It's huge. That's one of my early impressions of the game. My first character started in Limsa and I was just amazed at how realistic the ships were. Fully off the camera? No, okay. There we go. I can slouch and you can see me.
風も波も上々です。我らが愛すべきミゼリー号の起源もね。東方までは長旅になりますから、あまり気を張らずに船室で休んでいてください。
Cold tea. Ugh. This may be unrealistically big, actually. Time for Ghost Bark. Gosh, yeah. I guess also... I guess also, pacing-wise, the whole Ghost Bark, the Ghost Ship dungeon comes completely... It's great, I love it. But it comes completely out of the blue with the interval between the two. Like, the first dungeon, the expansion, has nothing to do with either of the major stories. I'll take it. I like ghosts. I love ship ghost things. This is like my jam.
それで例のやつが出たんじゃないかって船乗りどもが騒いでいやがるんだ。
バカな。ともかく甲板に上がります。英雄殿、あなたも来てくれますか。嫌な予感がするのです。
Okay. Oh, there's a Puggy there. Hello, Puggy. Oh, that Puggy is a tank. Well, I was wondering if I wanted to run this as a tank or a healer, but that Puggy, who appears to probably be waiting for a queue, is a tank. So, I will run this as heals. I'm not taking Ninja into a dungeon. I would just rot through the queue and then make it for myself. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? Ghosts! No, as a man said, despite the absence of wind and currents, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the Ceruleum engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. Ghost! Ghost! I'm telling you, Captain, it's them things the lads saw. It's really, you can just pop in as a guest to voice Xenos for us. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive, an adjective, for example? The sea wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not else. But if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous! Yes, indeed. It is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible. If it is neither the sea nor the weather then which is responsible, it's probably a predatory entity of some sort, perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will and deal with whatever we find there. This would have been a great place to have trust dungeons. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, girl. You make a great pirate. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lisa and I will remain with the ship to defend it in case of attack. Olivian, I believe you would be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles. I guess it would make sense that a few hands from the crew would go with Olivian for the thing here, and they can be our puggies. Then it's settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day of reel us in. And Lisa's like, yeah, I'm a punch a ghost! Floating ominously toward. Okay, use the duty finder to do Siren Song C. My glamour here, like, yeah, that's a good one. Not entirely canon, but it's AU canon. This is all Siren Song C. Hopefully. I was about to say, hopefully it's a quick queue. Hi Pugworth, are you my puggy? Will you be my puggy? He might be behind me though. Alright. Good morning, puggies. Oh, we usually abbreviate so long. Any of my skills. And let's cast this one as a rabbit over there. That's the rabbit. Rabbit, there's no hands. These are the same, I mean, this is the same character model, but the same jellyfish that were in Sid's brain in Bojan. Is that a spoiler? Sid gets jellyfish in his brain, you gotta go and get him out. That's a spoiler. Music in here is pretty great. My mage is easy, it's just like you're spamming forward. Lisa's, look at her, she's punching a ghost. She is quite literally punching a ghost. Look at her. This is completely out of the blue narrative. Like, this is filler, but I love it. Oh, I should have made that. I don't have my shield. I do without my shield now. Spam holy, that's what I do. Sneaky white mage trick. The first couple of holies you cast, before things get immune to your stun, it stuns everything so it prevents damage, so your holy is worth more heals than your actual heals when you first cast it too. She's scary, I think. Rabbit. Lost. I know that. I scared her, now she's opening her mouth. There we go, much better. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Exist. Chat's coming Look how cool this is. Tired ruined ships. It's just. Get distracted and supporting die again. Out crossing this way. I remember my very first time through here, I was just delighted the entire time. Just, too much to the heels, guys. almost dead. Cast holy. It is dead. Cast holy. This ship here is pretty small. So many of them. Mystically huge. Like this next one right here. Look how big it is. Look how tall it is. Oh, okay, so that's it. Or, okay, so you can't see chat. Someone's link bad. I'm gonna make new tea. There we go. Here, take. This gives me an opportunity to sightsee. Let's look at it. One really cool thing is, I guess just the bow. Not like as big as ships are in video games, I mean, that is just the bow. One neat thing is after you finish this dungeon, when you come out, oh, there's a tank. When you come out, the sky is all fixed. Oh, there's a Corellian trash. Leave everything. Skeleton. This enormous skeleton here. Highlander only come up to its knee. What did that fit inside of? It's too big for a Rogadin. Whatever it is, it's what Hauke Manor's built for. It is. Ghost friend number 2. Is it Filth Ghost? It looks like the ghost. This is the same. I think they introduced this character model in Stormblood. This is the same character model for the Ghost friend as some of the hunt marks and trash mobs in the logs that are like dead Alamekans. He's just a ghost. I wish we knew more about. We do get some good info on more books. I wish we knew more about how ghosts work in this world. How certain people do end up stuck as ghosts. How that happens. Because I mean, Theodore did it to people on purpose. Figure out that much in Skull. But just in general. Arnbert ghosted himself on purpose. I think most of the ghosts that we do know how they end up there, someone or something did it to them on purpose. This guy. Argus. Like, because both the casters are outside. Oh, that's great. We're taking out the bosses really quick, but taking some time on things. I guess these guys are just better at something. Ghost Doggo. This pull can get around. Yeah, time for arms for coffins. It's a very spot to be. Arms for coffins and arms for coffins are type me. Should save right now. Benny. There we go. She's got all the cooldowns. There's okay, I'm sure. Here, it's actually. She's great. She's great. Creepy cave, you come out the creepy cave. Just wish I had your shield. You don't realize how much you rely on certain skills until you get seen down. Behind me, just it only prevents as much health as one Cure 2 does, but it saves you a Cure 2 or melee cast. That is great. So there's a little insulation. That's why I don't stream any actual, like, content. Any, like, clears or even just streams. Because, I focus more on the stream than on, playing my class. Fleshless kangaroo. Well, she impaired that, so we might be on cooldown for that. So. It's okay. Seductive scream. Oh, so we got it. Oh, I'm right. I like this thunder here. It's a lot. And here's our last one. Best music. Oh, I should have turned on that scene. I'll turn him off before. Genuinely one of my favorite pieces of music in the entire game. Remember my very first time through here. Coast and this music starts out first. got the soundtrack here. It's got like the trailer of the game, and it also has the Alameda anthem. Run from those two. Also, at this level, my god, it's amazing. I really The sky is fixed. Perhaps we fixed the sky. Like it's not. So they don't know that I'm just taking my time. I wonder, actually having to in the exploration mode, I wonder if we can toggle the sky if it's just raining in this one. How it goes. I think this one's open for exploration mode. I haven't really fooled around with that since before my tea. Yay, the sky is fixed.
どうやら怪物は始末してくださったようですね。ミゼリー号の方はどうにか修理が終わりました。
Hold on to the spiller, but it's good.
海の怪談話なんてもうごめんだよ。早々にこの島から離れるとしよう。
Oh, Alfie, not you're going to be a ghost story and become a ghost. I love that bit in Shadowbringers where Alce is teasing him about being a ghost. On we go. I could probably math it out how long this journey should take. A few days at least. Sitting around playing Triple Triad with Totaro the entire time.
はるか東方のオサード小大陸、そのさらに東の海に浮かぶは東の国。長く鎖国を続けるこの国の中でただ一つ凸国に開かれた港、クガネ。国際色に彩られた美しい港町から私たちは再び歩みを進めることになる。
The Garleon embassy just looks so drab, stuck in the middle of all this. Kugane, they did such a good with Kugane. I know Swilly's mentioned it a bunch, but it really feels like a city. It's just a little more canon. Clouds cannot be restored? That sounds fake. Oh, I might have had some. One of these might have been glamour. Glamour's been so understood. Thanks again for saving us from certain death at the hands of Lorelei and whatnot. We'll not soon forget her. By the 12, I have never been happier to be back on terra firma. Our voyage has instilled in me a new appreciation for surfaces which do not move of their own accord. You know, I'll bet Olivion got seasick. He's never been on a boat before. Isn't much. I mean, there's the locks, but there's nothing much. There's no ocean in Carabania. Strange, is it just me or is the ground swaying? She got her sea legs. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. It's very colorful, is it not? The rain stopped. Congratulations, you now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. He didn't even get seasick. Oh, he's alive enough to get seasick, huh? I don't make sure of that. He only thinks he's undead. Heidel and rezzed him fully. He's fully. There are some lasting issues, but mostly that can be explained away as just an injury. Despite traveling halfway around the world, Alpino is in no mood to take in the sights. Sounds like it. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home and with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. One thing that, I mean, story, but like, I wish we saw more of Hingashi. We only see Kugane. There's a whole island that we don't see any of at all. I like everything in Stormblood, and I just wish there was more of all of it. So many bits is just like, we see one city of Hingashi. We see one walled off area of the steppe around the Dawn Throne. Huge whole areas that are just ignored because they don't fit into the plot. There's just, that's Stormblood's problem. It has too much of, it's too much of a good thing to actually fit. There's too much to actually fit into one expansion. And that's, I think, where all the pacing issues come from. So, the bigger themes don't get enough of a chance to breathe. Landscapes don't get enough to be explored. Like, Kugane is amazing. It's a beautiful whole city. But it's all we see of Hingashi. And they don't seem to use chocobos much. They use eagles for the porters. Which, I mean, we already figured that out back in end of ARR when the Domans are like, chocobos smell weird, put perfume on them, please. Actually, didn't they cut that across? They cut down things. Okay. Captain Carveline, I said his name wrong. Carveline? Doris, dear, whatever. I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At risk of stating the obvious, you were in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who would aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. You are in a port. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis likely Yukiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in it. Captain Carveline, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, I must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. No, he did it so he wouldn't tell his dad. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the navigator watch over and keep you. That's my kidney. See, this is what my cat does. He's on the windowsill and he wants to get on the floor, so he just walks across me. He does that. Like, I'll be like Tanky the Savage, and he will do that. Right then, to the hostelry. After you. Has Olivion ever used his undead status to get out of doing something? Not technically, but he does use I have already died as an excuse to not do things. He's like, I died, I'm done. I'm not doing that anymore. Someone else can deal with that. We try to get out of the entire MSQ with that. But the undead status is something that he hasn't discussed with anyone except Ardbert, who is also undead. It's just, he's rather private.
こうも文化が違うのか。なんという鮮やかな街並みなのだ。
異国だろうとなんだろうと酒場ですることといえば決まってます。早速情報収集を。
Love this kid.
おお、これは失礼を。暁の決命の方々とお見受けします。皆様をお迎えに上がりました。
そういうあなたは何者？
おお、またもや失礼を。私の名はハンコック、東アルデナド商会の番頭です。隊長のノロリトの名代として皆様を我が召喚に招待します。
ロロリト会長だって。東アルデナード商会といえば東方交易で財を成した商会と、そうは言っても東の果てに来てまでウルダ派の商人に歓迎される理由はないと思うが。
これはまた随分と回りくどい言い方ですね。クリスタルブレイブの一件が未だに尾を引いておられるので、また我が会長に利用されるのではないかとお疑いのようです。
失礼だがぶしつけな物言いすぎだろ。
もしや気に障りましたか。失敬失敬。ことを素早く正確にというウルダ派人気質。この国でも嫌われがちな私の悪癖なのです。ともかく我らが召喚に移動しましょう。ここで話し込むのはあまりに無防備すぎです。
ではこちらも担当直入に申し上げるが、完全に信用できぬ者の館に入るのも 無防備すぎるように思え
Like
る。なぜ
Tataru.
我々を招待しようというのか確認させてもらいたい。
Tataru behind him with a hand. Goes to the
さすが噂の神童、タフな交渉相手です。いいですか？ここクガネは鎖国を続ける東の国で唯一異国に開港された貿易港です。そのため異国の商館が立ち並んでいるのですが、この港町に用があるのは商人だけではありません。祭りごとや軍事に関わる者たちもやってくるのです。
Intrigue.
知っていますか？ここクガネには各国の大使館が置かれていることを。もちろんガレマール帝国もね。
Difficult relationship.
となるとこの町には帝国人もいるのね。当然そこには官庁の類も紛れ込んでいる。
そういうことです。華やかな貿易港に見えてクガネは政治と諜報の最前線ですから、これ以上のことは我が召喚にてね。
ま、わだかまりはあるんでしょうけど、ここは素直に招待を受けましょう。いいわね。
If anything goes wrong, they have a big hulking owl Megan to deal with it, right? And also Lise, who is a big hulking owl Megan. So there are Imperial spies everywhere. Great, just great. No, I don't have my Paisa out. Paisa isn't canon. Actually, no, the Paisa is canon in this one. Not the one with clothes, but the regular Paisa. We have the clothes Paisas. Rin made the clothes. It's the same Paisa. Rin made clothes for it. Now, just this one is canon. I don't think the Paisa actually followed him all through Stormblood. It probably stayed back at the Rising Stones with chewing on the wainscoting there. I dare say Alpha Note has a match. Forgive me, the mere mention of the East Aldenard Trading Company is enough to... Well, I'm fine. Truly, you do not need to worry. So yeah, you got a point. I don't trust him one bit, and neither should you. Tataru is the brains of the bunch. And you must be Olivian Scotteson, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. So he didn't on-road into MSQ until quite recently, at the beginning of Stormblood, but he is the Warrior of Light, so anything the previous Warrior of Light has done, it makes perfect sense for people to assume that that was him and to not realize there was a changeover. So he's... yeah, this is canon. It's like, yeah, definitely. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you would be so good as to follow me. Alright, time for a tour. I think I dismissed the Paisa at my last hunt train I was on. Forgot to summon him back. Let's slow down a bit. Yeah, for being in the city, Olivia will probably switch into something a little more switch to this way. A little less less conspicuous than this. There we go. Traveling. Even the Aetherites look different here. I note that our would-be host is elected to dress in the local fashion. I say, what is that smell wafting from yonder tea house? Could it be... Yes, could it just possibly be the scent of whispered secrets waiting to be overheard? I do not like the cut of that man's jib. Not one bit. Alfie picked up nautical slang. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenkanto, yes. Loosely translated, it means a spire of drifting souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetherite, which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Charlayan, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar will wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Onishisu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts, attuned, if you like. Is this the same? Yeah, it's the same. No. Yeah. Very much like Hancock would like very much to continue talking. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetherite. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. It's night. Look at how cool this city is. There's another... Oh no, I did that parkour one on Ostercats. Exploration points. Be still my heart. Well, well, I would expect no less of a bustling port. No sign of Gosetsu or Yugiri here, not that I expected to stumble across them just like that. It would have been nice. Just look at all these garish designs, not fond of subtlety, are they? Is that a theater over there? We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kugane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold, so in the prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It is quite logical once you've learned the language. Hehe, now you're beginning to speak my language. Ooh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Aldemar Trading Company, you're with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Kaiten. Pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guest, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kugane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Kaiten of Hakuchi clan. It is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. This is the thing, though, with the Guild. There's a perfect explanation for here in Kugane, but there are vendors in Yangxia, in the little, gosh, what's it called? The little rundown towns out there, and I guess they just kind of accept Guild too. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables, you will find all of them and more. They're relevant to me, I'm an Omnicrafter, meow. Actually, I bought tons of stuff here to descent when I was leveling descenting, and I didn't feel like crafting. Yeah, I overshot them, but look at the castle! Look how cool that is, guys. Tower in the way, but how cool is this place? They really, in this game, they go all out on landscape design sometimes. And Kugane is one of the pinnacles. The district up ahead has a different air about it. I don't think I haven't memorized every detail of that street. There's at least half a dozen shops that will soon be enjoying my custom. We're actually quite far from the docks now, aren't we? This place is bigger than I thought. Where to next, I wonder? We may pause. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to Ijingai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Ijin? This would also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire. Precisely. So you see, it would not at all be unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations after all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisegumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I've seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurais are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands on a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisegumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. Teleji style. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in manner of the late Teleji. He brought it up, I forgot about that! Part ways with yourselves. Nothing like a good bisection joke. Everyone little startled expressions except, what's her face here? Oh, how I amuse myself, but we must carry on. I've yet to show you the Garlean consulate. I forgot about the Teleji comment when I made my own Teleji comment. Teleji and LNG. Actually, my two Telejis, sitcom ID. Hello, Mr. Baggers. You're welcome. That's close enough, savage. That's nice. That's nice. You're all the way over in Hingashi, and they're still calling you savage. So that building's full of garlands. What? Say words. Compared to the Hingan architecture, this seems drab and uninspired. Or mayhap I have simply had my fill of Garlean aesthetics, such as they are. Olivian certainly has his fill. It's just litter. They leave litter all over the place. Some might call it unwise to loiter outside the gates of a hostile empire's consulate. Danger, excitement, intrigue, oh my. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you've seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you'd find many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. But they still just borrow other people's national anthems. Oh, I need to fill your water? I'll be right back. Baldur says I need to top up this water. Water glass. Hey, baby boy. He has a glass of water on the desk. Oh, that's still good. Okay. Hancock seems to be quite pleased with himself. By the grace of Lord Lolorito. The quest title. There's oh so much more I can speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. handy tip for progging. If you are in the habit of using your tinctures, or want to get in the habit of using your tinctures, and you don't want to actually use your tinctures in something you know you're going to wipe in, that's what indigo stars are for. Just put them on your hotbar where the tinctures go. They share a cooldown technically, but the tinctures are much shorter cooldown, much longer cooldown. Good opener practice, good for not chugging tinctures when you know you're going to wipe. I should have talked to them. Oh well. At long last, we arrive at our destination, and I present to you our humble offices. We have much to discuss, so I'll refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way. They went all out with the design. Look at that. We've seen these muskets around. So we've gotten to the 8th, right?
ここは召喚の中でも特に重要な商談のために用意された部屋です。専属呪術師の手で入念に魔法的膨張処置を施してあります。
Yeah, that musket on the wall. Is it even a musket? I'm not even sure. But we see that design all over the place, but I don't think I've ever seen a character use it. Oh, that's traditional old wallpaper, and yeah, it's hideous. Hi, Vanny.
ですから安心して内緒話もできますよ。暁の方々に活動拠点として提供させていただきますので、久我根滞在中は遠慮なくご利用くださいね。
ありがたい申し出ではあるが、なぜそこまで我々に便宜を図ろうと後から見返りを求められても困るのだが。
おお、当然の疑問ですね。これは我らが会長ロロリトからのお詫びとお考えください。戦勝祝賀会の一件では多大な迷惑をおかけしましたので、会長は言葉の上での謝罪に意味を見出さないお方。謝意を示すのであれば金か便宜かによってとお考えなのです。それに皆さんが東方にいらしたのはドマの反帝国運動を支援するためなのでしょう。であるならばその動きは我らウルダ派人にとっても好都合です。
そこまで見抜いておられるのならあえて隠し立てはすまい。確かに我々はドマの反乱軍を支援するために夕霧殿や豪雪殿を探しに来た。
ウルダ派にいらっしゃったドマの忍びのお嬢さんとルガディン族の侍ですね。確かに彼らはここ久我根に来ています。
え、本当？
ええ、彼らは我が紹介の商船に乗って来られたのです。ただし到着後は紅玉海を渡る手段を見つけるのに随分と手間取っていた様子ですが。
どういうこと？ちょっとよくわかんないんだけど。
ああ、失敬。地図を使って説明しましょう。
Alright, PowerPoint time. Yeah? Good meow. Soft meow.
我々がいるのはここ。島国である東の国の最西端に位置する貿易港久我根です。
I guess that's Mount Fiji right there? I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I think I turned it off.
これに対してドマがあるのはここ。東州オサード小大陸のヤンサという地方になります。つまり久我根からドマに向かおうとするなら必ず両者を隔てる紅玉海を渡らなければならないのです。ところが今困ったことにこの海が荒れています。古くから紅玉海にはドマにも東の国にも属さない海賊衆という独立した勢力が権勢を誇ってきました。
More pirates! It's like, if they need filler, they just
操船術に長けた彼らが紅玉海を行き来する船から補別船という通行料を徴収する見返りに海の治安を守っていたのです。25年前にドマがガレマール帝国に占領されてからも 彼らが海の支配に関心を寄せなかったために長らく海賊衆は放置されてきたのですが、最近就任したドマの代理総督が突如として方針を転換。海賊衆と敵対し始めた上、連中と取引する者は全て帝国の敵だと宣言したのです。圧力に屈した貧菓子の国は個別船の支払いを停止。そもそも動乱続きの大陸には近寄りがたい状況だったのに加え、海の治安も悪くなったのですから、もう
He sounds so scared of him.
なるほどね。いつ襲われるかわからないような海になったら、渡し船だってなくなるのも道理というものだわ。
はい。そんなこんなで、あなた方の尋ね人はクガネ到着後に熱心に渡し船を探していたようです。
ならば我々も渡し船を探すとしよう。夕霧殿や豪雪殿がすでに大陸側に渡っているなら、どちらにせよ足は必要になる。彼らがまだクガネに足止めされているなら、同じ目的を追ううちに追いつけるかもしれないからね。
では、当たるべき場所の心当たりがありますので、いくつかお教えいたしましょう。会長からはよくよく便宜を図るよう言われていますのでね。
Greening merchants. Is it Namazu time? Cannot wait for Namazu time. I must confess, I'm an avid collector of all things Far Eastern. See for yourself, I insist. Oh, this place takes me back. It reminds me of the workshops of an Uldan lapidary I once served. Tataru has had like a bazillion jobs. Yeah, I was expecting this whole Hancock and Lolorito thing to, yeah, get more corporate evil, but it looks like Lolorito really is just trying to curry favor with the Scions. He realizes it's probably good for business to have the Scions not hate him. And yeah, liberating Doma is probably in his financial interest, and if he can just smooth things over the Scions and help them on their way to Doma, then he can reap massive profits with the trading stuff without actually having to do much more than spend a little bit of money. He was not exaggerating when he spoke of the reward's efficacy. Whoever wove them did so with consummate skill. I'm not sure how I imagined our time in the Far East unfolding, but it definitely didn't involve Uldans, and especially not these Uldans. Probably pronouncing that wrong. Still, whatever works, right? Yeah, I was expecting a big corporate evil out of Hancock. We didn't get. Cool. Though I'm reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. See, Alamegan thing. Elivion would have stayed back in the Reach and helped out there, but Hydaelyn just slapped him with Echo Visions and told him to come over here, and so he did. Through a lot of the Stormblood side of, or the Doman side of Stormblood, he's a little out of it. We'll just along for the ride, doing what Hydaelyn says to do. Same dialogue, same dialogue. Here we go. It would seem inefficient for all of us to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alcei and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and you two can take those in the north. In anticipation of such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. This is like, some artist is like, I drew a doodle, a cool-down doodle. I was bored, and just it's like this lavish masterpiece. Wow, you should have warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Look more real than the actual Uyghur descendants. Looks like it's you and me, Olivia. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Yeah, the cutscenes are a little stiffer back here. Shadowbringers, they really got like someone says something, someone does an emote in response. It's very one thing at a time down the list. Which I didn't even notice at the time because that was just normal how the game worked. That's how cutscenes work. And then Shadowbringers spoiled me. Hello, Peggy. Wow, Alphina's sketches are so, I don't know how to put it, but they're very, well, see for yourself. Real. You may reveal Alphina's sketch by looking at the key items. Yeah. Oh my god. It's a doodle. It looks more like them than they do. Honestly, you could make a living doing this. Oh, sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the Onsen. That was it. She's like me with that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna put this in my barter wallet. Welcome to inventory management. You see what I mean about inventory is, we'll see what I mean. It's something I have to talk about elsewhere on this stream. But, inventory management is constant. Where am I going? Oh, I need to go up there. I should just switch to dancer so I can zoom. I look like you're doing the same thing I am. I mean, my favorite Hancock moment ever, though, is when he just materializes in the, Fetch Quest Hell in, Nival's Raid Unlock. I guess sends you to the other side of the world to make counterfeit wine, and then Hancock just, he's there. Just materializes. Canon Glamour. So, lives the glamour. I could have used an Aetherite, I guess. Oh well, immersion experience. Come one, come all, burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there is not the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? Doodle. You seek this Outlaw and this Rogadin, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. Anyone could say that. We have a reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisegumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. That's reasonable. Disappointing, but reasonable. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? I want to know more about her, the Adventurers Guild leader, or whoever she is here. She just seems like she seems like there should be more to her. She's interesting. You seem a kind soul, and it pains me that I cannot help you. If a strain of your troubles weighs too heavily on your heart, I would recommend a number of treatments. I'm gonna sit in the onsen until I turn to one of the boiled eggs. It's nice. Switch back into the limbs of glamour. This is funny. Stupid, sexy Rogadin. Yeah, this is Linza all over again. I love this. It's nice. It's nice. The steam is nice. We're gonna just turn it to blood. Everyone's chomping around these boots. On with the plot. Okay, I'm gonna actually use an Aether, like a smart person. Although this is much closer. Where am I here? They've done such a good job with the landscape world building around here. Look at this. Look how good this is. Like, we've all seen this a million times when we played through Stormblood, but it was in all the promo shots too. Oh, I saw a shooting star. It's just, and yeah, it feels like a real city. Like, there are parts of it that are off limits to the game, but it still feels like there's more to it. Like, it is a full city instead of an approximation of one, the way some of the other ones do. Just, And this little side quests around here too are just good stuff. I do believe we're coming up on the fish punching moment. Do the jump puzzle. Oh gosh, no. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some white rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. Please look at this picture my friend drew. An Auri Shinobi and a Rogan Samurai? If I may, I would answer your question with some few of my own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet. I see, and you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own. Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugane is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish, the two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. Talking now, is it? Yes. I'll provide you with the names of the captains, if you like. That would be lovely. My favorite thing about the Talking Hammer is yeah, when the cat girl from Nashu from the Hildebrand Quest meets when she's like, I'm talking to fish! And it's like, a talking cat! You've been great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We don't interact with her much, but between what little she says and her character design, she seems like she should be a really interesting character. I want to know more about her. I want to know where she came from. Is she in the lore book at all? We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3 and I'll take the rest, and we'll meet when we're finished. Alright? Good luck. Olivia would stick out like a sore thumb, like all the other Scions do too. Really obvious Eorzeans, but he's got... The eye patch is a stand-in on his character model for the fact that... There's a light here. The fact that this whole section of his face is caved in. The eye patch only covers. he is a mess. So, if someone was looking for, here it is not. If someone was looking for Eorzeans, they'd be like, yeah, I saw some here, I saw some there, that seemed to be from Noda. But like, anyone seen a Highlander with a completely ruined face? Yeah, those are few and far between. I should switch back to that. Oh wait. Autopiloted for armor requests. It's a weird autopilot have turned on. Hey, you can go in here. It's like this shipyard. Might have done that one either. Until this guy's alone. I'm not going to bother. Yes, a Rogadin gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away like all the others before him. The woman, nay, I know her not. Okay, need to find more ship's captain. Mouse. You asked me if I've seen this already woman and this Rogadin samurai? The woman is unknown to me, the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Radzatan. It would be an unreasonable detour. Where is the other one? I do not do well with three-dimensional landscape designs. It's probably... oh, it's down in that ship. Ship. Sailing up. Walk right past him until there is. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Okay. That's a turn. Come on, we get lost. There we go. Meticulous merchant. Okay, my friends are... Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The woman? Ah, if it's women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Looking like, no thanks. Not really the thing. Good samurais are denied. Look at this heckin' city. I keep doing this. The light's better. It's storming outside of it, which is lovely. I want to talk to the fish. I want to talk to a fish. How did it... oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. It's not very common in this game that your characters split up to go look for something, and then you meet back and no one having found anything. Usually, your character is the one who finds a thing. It's a little bit very... Fish time! Fish time! It's probably a trap. I love fish. I love fish. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Gyodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means, and regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around. Fisherman. Oh wait, fishman. I wonder if that, the fishman thing, I wonder if that holds in the other languages. That's just English. It's really, Danny, what's Japanese for fisherman? When I asked Kotokaze what Namazu meant, she said it was Hengen for catfish. And here I was thinking she said fish man. I love you, fish. Here is fish. What do you stare? Why do you stare? How you have business with me? Look how cute he is! By the 12, a talking fish. Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, agent. You'll find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met it. Let's start again. You're Godo, right? My name is Lise, and this is Olivia. We're looking for some friends of ours. Have fun, Vanny. Look how ugly and stupid he is. He looks so stupid. I love him. That's why I turned off. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Sus fishies. Well, at least this fish is trying to rip us off. I didn't think to bring any money, but surely 'tis horrible to let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tasogari Bridge. Do not forget to get your fare. Bring many gil, yes? Not suspicious in the least. It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. At least you're stupid. I love you, but you're stupid. This fish is trying to rip us off. Just go back to Fish time. Greetings, honored sir. We'll be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices. I don't think I have any idea what fish sounds like in English, but he is so fun in Japanese. He's the only fish we hear, too. The other ones are all in voice. I hope my information was of value. You wouldn't believe some of the things you can find down at the markets. I'm spoiled for choice here. Welcome back. We ourselves returned but a moment ago. This fish is trying to rob us. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains of the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yukiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. Talking fish. So this Gyodo claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yukiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but that is not what troubles me most. Gyodo and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Gyoto claims to have met both him and Yugiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself, only called upon Yugiri once he had found a building captain. But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Gugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do it than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him, but if Kyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him until he tells us the truth. Her face. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Tataru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Send the thugs in. Once more, I caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs, even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you. The Seki Segumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. Anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Fish time. Okay. I'm actually going to take a short intermission. Fire break. I will return momentarily. There we go. Gonna mute. And I'll be right back. And then fish time. There we go. I was long enough for the camera to... I'm back, and let's go punch a fish. To review, Lise, Olivian, and I will meet with Kyoto as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Kyoto attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whoever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As your actions will surely draw the attention of the Seki Segumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet everyone's approval? Really disagree. Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Kyoto does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge. S-rank relay time. I had a feeling we might find ourselves in a situation like this, so I made sure to stock up on some special supplies that I thought might prove useful. Alice has them, in case you're wondering. That's not ominous, Tataru. The Seki Segumi are not to be trifled with. Rare is the week that I do not hear at least one tale of an Ijin being arrested under dubious pretext. Fortunately, a wealthy and well-connected ally can help resolve such matters with the minimum of fuss. Thanks in advance, Hancock. Yeah. Well, I was AFK, Balder told me that it was cat food time. And now he's sitting here licking his lips. That would be so cute. Cats don't actually have lips. Figure of speech. Also, there are children playing in the playground. I'm kind of out by my window, and I don't know if you guys can hear them. They're kind of loud. Stuck. This vent here, I guess they have central heating. I don't know what that's about. They've got the hot springs, so they've got some sort of thermal energy. I wonder if they're using that. There's street lamps. Street lamps don't look wire, they look like a tiny light. I wonder what that vent is about. That vent has actually a hose pipe. It could just be that the springs for the hot springs run under the city and they put vents to prevent problems when they pave the raisins in myself. Fish punching time. It's a trap, isn't it? We may as well stop kidding ourselves. So Ostercat, when he went through this, knew right away. The obvious trap is obvious. That poor kid is constantly expecting to be betrayed, so many false positives. He can see a trap from a mile off. Olivian was out of it, head full of Heidelin slamming him with gnarly echo visions to get him to behave. And, was not paying attention enough to realize it was a trap. So Lise says it's a good idea, I guess it's a good idea. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Olivian. Something smells fishy. Also, he said to me under cover of darkness, and it is, 1:30 in the afternoon New York time. Which gives us for screenshots of the camera. It's nice. It's ships. You can see the coastal road thread. How good this is. Alright, something smells fishy. I guess I'm going as warrior.
遅いわね。
したっぺな。ささ、ついてきてっぺよ。
This fish is going to rob us. He just spins around. Look at this fish. I love him. I cannot wait to drop kick this fish. I love him. His little tail, his little apron, his vacant eyes, his stupid
ちょ
voice.
っとどういうこと？船はどこにあるのよ。
すまんぺな。船はずいぶん前に基地に入れちまったっぺよ。
He's so evil. Sleazy evil fish.
旦那方、こちらだっぺよ。宝玉海を渡ってドマに行こうってやつらを連れてきたっぺよ。
How gormless he looks there. Garlands.
やだな。悪い予感ってどうしてこんなに簡単に当たっちゃうんだろう。
すまんぺな。これも商売。
Yeah, he just sounds excessively sleazy in Japanese, but in English, evil Muppet.
話は後で聞かせてもらうからね。それじゃ今日
I love this so much. I've seen this so many times that every time it just gets me. Alright, let's go. Hi, Garlands. Bye, Garlands. I should have claimed the crypt accent while this was going on. Oh yeah, this is the instance that introduces duty actions. I remember trying to fumble my keybinds for it in combat. Stance. No, actually, no stance. It's just so you sink down. I don't have fish. His tea has gone cold, but it's a different tea. It's not as bad. As expected, the Seki Segumi have caught our scent. Since finding them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. How to use duty actions. Unlike my God, the fish! The fish! It's so good! I love the fish. Yeah, it's him canonically ninja at this point, essentially. The canonical class thing is heck. There we go. Namazoot is more heavy than good looks. Just an Amazu! An Amazu! Look at that! He's more heavy than he like. Looks pretty heavy. He looks soggy too. Yeah. Second. Oh, this is right. Thank you, please. God, I am just brute forcing my way through this. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, he was was warrior kind of. Oh, there he is. Shut up. Guide you to your friends. Are we just gonna trust him after untrusting the fish? First a talking fish and now a tortoise. What we got to lose? Levion was warrior and used an axe, and then after dying, opted for something a little more subtle and sneaky, and fell in with the Rogues Guild and learned ninja after that. Bro. Only 2 more smoke bombs left to start actually playing. Cat, okay. Good cat. Didn't want a cat. Curious card. Everything is going to be alright. Trust me, okay? What did you want, cat? You were saying meow, and now you just... Okay. And now he's just sitting in his cat bed, blinking at me. I love you too, baby boy.
いいかい、ここで隠れててよ。
The same voice actor as Thancred in Japanese here. Guy's got range.
御用だ御用だ。そこなる後人族、異国風の4人組を見かけなんだが、気絶した獣人を担ぐバカ力の女もいたはずなのだが。
Brutish. A brutish woman. I love that. Fish!
ああ、あの失礼な奴らだな。勢いよく走ってきてぶつかってきたのに謝りもせず。
おお、かたじけない。行くぞお前たち。必ずや。
もう大丈夫。今頃赤星組。あんたたち東アルデナード商会の人たちだろう。恨み。
I love him. He gets everywhere. This light. I'm going to turn off my light here. There we go. Fish. Fish.
よくぞご無事で。
Guests. Fish.
案の定帝国兵に売られかけたんだけどさ、私たちを騙したナマズ野郎は捕まえてきたから、起きたら夕霧たちの話を聞き出せると思うよ。
There we go. Yeah, I got it.
すんばらしい手際です。赤星組が慌ただしく動いていたもので心配していましたが、さすがですね。
赤星組に追いかけ回されたけど、こっちのソロバンって子が助けてくれたんだよね。
おいらそろばんよろしくな。
本当に助かったよ。しかしなぜ見ず知らずの我々を赤星組を欺いてまで助けてくれたんだい？
ただの善意って言えればかっこいいんだろうけどさ。
Fish.
まあちょっ
Fish.
と下心もあってね。おいら酒場であんたたちが東アルデナード商会の番頭さんに出迎えを受けるところを見てたんだ。それ
I love how
で
the
番頭さんを紹介してもらえないかなって。
gosh, he's talking a lot for the English subtitles. Something got left out there, at least localized heavily. I love the beginning of the crafter quest where you find the fish and you're like, nope, that's a dead fish.
おお、私に何かご用でもおありですか？
うん、おいら見ての通りの工人族なんだけどさ、クガネとの商いで銭を稼いでるんだよね。でもさ、ベニコーラの工人族がだから東アルデナード商会みたいな異国の商人と取引したいなって思ってたわけ。
なるほど。大方の事情は飲み込めた。ハンコックさん、彼は我々の恩人です。どうか
ああ、もちろんです。商売相手は多ければ多いほどいいもの。新規顧客は歓迎ですよ。
Everyone's scheming and making business deals, and
やったね
the fish is just there.
そうだ、兄さんたち大陸に渡るための船も探しているんだろう。なんなら
Zonk out.
おいらの船に乗せてやってもいいぞ。
本当かい？何から何まですまないね。ぜひともよろしく頼むよ。
合点だ。
I'm still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. I should have talked about it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards napping on our heels. It's probably a trap. And a catfish. So. The we Kojin are of the sea. We often come ashore to sell our wares when we peruse your markets. It is my hope that an arrangement with the East Aldenar Trading Company will help us to more quickly obtain the treasures that we seek. There's no denying that they were Imperials. They were wearing the same uniforms as the ones outside the consulate. Sorry about the child shouting. I'm glad the child was enjoying himself. I wish he could do some more quietly. All things considered, that went rather well, thanks to Soroban, that is. You were doubtless wondering why our objectively green-hued friend here refers to himself as a Kojin of the Blue. The answer is quite fascinating, really. The Kojin language has many similarities with ancient Hengen, you see, and in ancient Hengen, the word for green, ao, can mean green or blue. Though I do the word a disservice by even attempting to translate it, so steeped in meaning as it is. Why they elected to keep calling themselves the Blue in modern times is anyone's guess. I for one would have much preferred Kojin of the Ao. But one theory posits the purpose or the sound of the word blue when spoken. Another is that they are physically incapable of distinguishing between the two, which would have interesting implications in their everyday lives. I read that as the ramble it was. That was fun. Okay, world building though. Please give me more characters who info dump like that. Shadowbringers did though. I think Yodo should be coming around soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? He's face down on the cell. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No, no more boots. All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu. Every last detail. And if I found out later that you lied to me... No more lies. The clear and varnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after their ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you led him into a trap as you did us, because you are an Imperial spy? No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any domens found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. He would not go quietly, no. The blades were drawn, men were cut down, and Sekisagumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a minute. You mean to tell me the agent they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of Sekisagumi, we need only see to it that the requisite funds are in the right... The requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. Just a bit of brag. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane. But given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. I cannot speak English, guys. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphino. Kyoto. I love this horrible fish. I have given you everything you have asked for. Yes, and there is no more need, no need for me to remain your prisoner. Yes. One of these days, I may just punch that man in the face. You can reach out. I hope I never have to carry a Namazu again. He's not heavy, but God's the smell. Foreshadowing for the crafter quest. You put a Namazu in your inventory. I'm glad we finally learned what happened to him, but did we really need to stir up all that trouble to do so? Yes, there's a good story. I didn't think to include bribes when I was calculating our budget for this trip. Or entire samurai swords, but that comes patched later. I've never laid eyes upon the sacred treasures of Eorzea. My heart fair trembles with excitement at the thought. Loot. You're free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lisa, Olivia, and I joined you. Alright, but what about Gyodo? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Soroban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. We are getting out of here. As you wish. Everything is in order? Then let us be off. The Sekisagumi barracks are to the north. Sheesh. No more lies, no more betrayals. Yes, I swear by all the kami in creation. Yes. You need not worry. I swear I will not let him out of my sight. In fact, I may have some more questions of my own. Talking tortoises, talking catfish, I tell you though, it's when the bears start talking that you need to worry. That, my friend, spells the end of civilization as we know it. Let's hear it for the big one. There are 2 instances of chat on the screen. Just seems dangerous. We just got in a fight with these dudes, and I'm like, let's go just say hi to them. I guess Hancock's bribe certainly did the talking. See, Lolorito is getting off so well out of this. We're in his debt now. I'll call it even, but he'll probably say we're in his debt. And he's, as I said before, he's getting the open trade with Doma, smoothing together with Scions, get us to owe him something. Yeah, it works. I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured this will not take long. This looks a bit fancy for a barracks, don't you think? I hope Hancock is as good as his word. Do you have anything to say? Oh yeah, because I'm a max level samurai. Forgot. This one was at level and then just let her off. Played it at Master Cat. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? No. Continue waiting outside the barracks. Continue waiting. He said it wouldn't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Olivia? Sure. Some dialogue. Right, everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. Which was the last time? Xenos attacked.
See ya!
この声まさか絶対豪雪だったよね。ちょっと行ってみよう。あ、もう勝手に行くしかなさそうね。
日本勝負あり。
これにて10本選手拙者の勝ちにござる。
豪雪
なんと驚いた。お主たち何故このようなところに。
それはこっちのセリフだよ。ずっと探してたんだから。
何が何やら事情が飲み込めぬ。ともかくお互い緊急。
呆れた。それで帝国兵と一悶着を起こして赤星組に逮捕された後、なぜだか意気投合して稽古試合をしてたってわけ。
It's a pity that gets lighted over and just summarized here, because that would be a good story. Not a good cutscene, but a good story.
10本選手で釈放という約束でな。そして約束通り無罪放免ということでよろしいな。
無論一度交わした約束をたがえるつもりはござらん。ただしもう二度と騒ぎは起こさぬようにな。しかしさすがはドマの侍大将。見事な腕前。すっかり感服し申した。
Hour 2 of content if it was RP duty. Yup. Could also be a good time for an echo flashback.
お役人との交渉が終わってきてみれば、なぜに釈放になっているのです？
Hi, Gosetsu. Look how tiny I look next to him. I love Rogadins. What's really fun is when I get into a instance or something and it's all with Olivion, and all the puggies are Rogadins or furries, what are they? Hrothgars. Itty bitty. To be honest, I wish I had seen that fight. So, just when I think I've heard it. It is rare indeed to have the opportunity to study the swordsmanship of the master, much less spar with him. It was not for aught, at least, our friend in the Seki Segumi is willing to consider this an investment of sorts, a payment against future misunderstandings. He still took the bribe. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens that we have found a willing captain. Truly? What fortune? We will tell you all about it on the way back at the company offices. Alphino and Totaro are waiting for us there. Fish. Gosetsu, thank 12 you're on. As you can see, Master Alphino, I am the very picture of health. You vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the Kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return to you your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? Aye, for a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago. The better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Aster Cat's boyfriend. Not yet. Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne and our master. He was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Zenos and his army. Zenos led his army onto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. Yeah. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new viceroy, Yatsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to inform that it should please you to learn that we are come to the aid of the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow the Imperial oppressors. Gosh, I am just mangling words. Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Oathard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yangxia, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri. Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem to be better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Totaro and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak, come now, brother, as the competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them, as you of all people should know. And you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. For we all must serve each in our own way. Very well, it would seem my place is here. Sorbonne is waiting at the pier. Have fun, Yula. Fish. Fish? No more fish. Fish is out of the plot now. Oh, hello, Puggy. And it is, yeah, this. Oh, okay. What else do we? Fish time, fish time. It's not fish time anymore. It's fishless time. Ah, a Kojin captain, a fine choice. Only Confederate sailors rival their knowledge and skill. This one's smaller than the Misery, a lot smaller. What ship is it? Is it? That's that one. I know Alphino can hold his own in a fight, but he is plainly better suited to more cerebral tasks. Surely I'm not alone in thinking that. Right, here we go. I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? And for you, my shelled friend. If you insist, with me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits. Exposition time.
西にオサード小大陸、東に牝菓子の国を望む紅玉海。日の出時に赤く染め上げられる様子からルビーの海って意味の名前が付けられたそうだ。そんな紅の海に私たちが漕ぎ出す。ドマの城があるというオサード小大陸を目指して。
I remember early days of Stormblood before we had Heaven on High for real. We had that big Jenga tower, and people were theorizing it, and a lot of people did guess that it would be the new deep dungeon, or were guessing it would be a dungeon or a raid or something. It was just kind of weird that we just had this really heckin' obvious thing that no one mentioned. The Hingans built this island as a bulwark against invasion, and filled it with enough cannons to sink an armada. Woe betide any enemy foolish enough to attack by sea. Now, if the Garleans were to bring their airships, on the other hand... Nighty-night, Swilly. Somewhere out there across the water is Yugiri and Gosetsu's homeland. Doma has a space elevator and no one tells the Garleans. Yeah. No one even mentions it in the MSQ, I don't think. It's just sort of a Jenga tower into the heavens. Just sitting there. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures. Many wonderful treasures. Everything's all about the Ruby Sea. It doesn't look very red at night. Could have just It's said that cutscene in the morning. One does not simply cross the Ruby Sea, as Sorban well knows. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life, should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the Ruby Tithe, therefore earning you the blessing of the Pirate Lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the isle to the west. That doesn't look very far to me, Olivian. Why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the isle. Oh, this is great. This is great here. Why do I have a flag? Oh, it was that hunt mark that I relayed a million years ago. Yes, swimming. Right, this should be easy and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 gil says I beat you there. Lady, I have a flying griffin. I guess not canonically at this point. Can't fly here yet. Or swim underwater. God, I remember my first time coming through here, trying so hard to get to the Tamamizu Aetheryte, and just, I could not figure it out, and then I was like, oh yeah, you get to go underwater in this expansion later. I did not mean to vote for that. There we go, dead water sprite. That's probably a character. Not bad, we'll call it a draw. Oh, what spirit you two have to delight in this simple joy so readily. Make the best of it. Not that I have anything against the occasional dip in the ocean, but to dive in on a whim is a bit, You'll come around to that. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. Warrior clothes bugging me. I mean, I guess the pacing in Stormblood is a disaster, as I've said a million times before. It's all this gung-ho Alamigan stuff, and then this side is slow to start. Like, this is all good story, and I enjoy it, but it is a slow, kind of leisurely start to the Doma story after all that gung-ho, excited Alamigan stuff, so it's just disjointed. This one is Tansui. Come, introduce yourselves. It's like, no, first I talk to everyone else. Ugh, my clothes are mostly dried, but they're still a bit clingy. Still, never mind. He's wearing jeans. Doma's position on the Confederacy could be best described as one of guarded acceptance. They are pirates, aye, but they adhere to a code and are a stabilizing force in the Ruby Sea. I wonder, Lumens and pirates have been known to say things like "arr," but surely pirates on opposite sides of the world would use different expressions, or aruru, perhaps? Apparently that's a pun that I don't get. I fear you have the advantage of me. Yep. Sure do, Tansui. Ow. I'm itchy all over, you guys. Allergies. Don't have allergies. Bloodline curse. Most honorable and esteemed Olivian Scottisson. I am Tansui, a humble maid who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. Also made Kai says throwing himself on the floor. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your gil, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Othard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely, unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Sir, sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well, I'll be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name a cat before Koban, but... So I shall consider their tithe paid. Name me a cat. Okay. Not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. I'm bumbling with a mile. I'm not sure what to make of that, man, but at least the matter of the tithe is settled for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. He just runs off. Gosh, later on the part where Alphino tries to swim and he's like, I figured it out, I've been taking swimming lessons, and he just flings himself off the pier and like flattens face first into the water. I am not certain this is a wise idea. I have been away for some time, so... Correct. That's Tansui over there, isn't it? So do you know what this is all about? I will soon. Crap.
おいお前ら、うちの若いのずいぶん邪険に扱ってくれたらしいな。こちとら海賊衆だ。煙たがるのはまあわかる。だが個別戦をいただかねえことにはこの先の航海の安全は約束できねえぞ。そうもあからさまに虚勢を張られるといっそ哀れみさえ覚えるな。これまで貴様らに勝手を許していたのは単に小林は捨ておけとの命が下っていたからのこと。しかし我らが代理総督殿は海賊衆のことがお嫌いなようだ。小舟一艘でも襲撃されればそれが海戦の口火となること。くっそー！それだけご自慢の後ろ盾をお持ちなら小銭くらい景気よく払ってもらいたいもんだがね。その喧嘩を買ってやるほど暇ではない。行くぞ、船を出せ。
Just up to their knees in water.
帝国の横暴はどこに行っても同じ。 支配する者と支配される者にしかならないんだ。
That's Gargle Mode for you.
昔から何かにつけて個別戦を渋る連中だ。好き好んじゃいないものの仲違いをしたつもりもなかったんだがな。俺は東の国の出だが、海賊衆にはドマ出身のやつも多い。ドマの代理総督様はそれが気に入らないらしいのさ。帝国の活動への干渉を禁ず、さもなくば敵とみなす。なんて事実上の服従勧告を投げてきやがった。おかげで俺らはすっかりハリボテだ。
後人族が帝国についていたのは彼。
あいつらは勝ち馬に乗っただけさ。もともと傭兵業も盛んな一族だし、抵抗はねえんだろ。ま、そのあたりの事情はそろばんに聞くといい。おってバン野郎、罰が悪くて引っ込みやがったな。
He said some slightly different tone of voice there.
ねえ、あなたたちは帝国のせいで困ってる。ドマ出身の仲間だって多いはずだよ。それなのになぜ帝国と戦おうとしないの？
We've been over this, Lise.
さてはお前ら、ドマ反乱軍の残党とその助っ人ってとこか。お前らも惨敗した口だろうに、そそのかしてくれるなよ。英国軍との戦力差がわからないほど俺らは素人じゃねえ。それに仲間はみんな泣く泣く故郷と過去の因縁を捨てて海賊衆に入ってるんだ。ま、このままだとおまんまの食い上げなのは事実だよな。一矢報いて散るか、いっそ飼われて甘い蜜を吸わせてもらうか、うちの棟梁も決めなきゃならねえ。代理総督様の粛清がいよいよ海岸付近の村にも及んでるそうだしな。ったくこれ見よがしに脅してくれたもんだぜ。
なんとあの女狐め、また悪行を重ねておったか。
Setsu has fancy
こうして
words.
はおれん。一刻も早く大陸側に渡り、村々の様子を確認せねば。そろばんを踏んづかまえて船を出すでござる。
あいつらの個別戦は受け取っとる。好きにさせてやれ。
Now it's morning. There we go. Still, it's not very red for something called Ruby City. Like, wine dark makes sense, but Ruby is expressly red. Doma is but one of many provinces under Imperial control, filled with people who have had to find ways to cope with bitter reality. So they really don't care what happens at Doma. I refuse to believe that. What are we waiting for? Come, Sorban can't have gone far. But now that I think on it, it's passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless, it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. Back we go. I have a four-seater car that flies. I can just ferry it across this. It's not canon, though. Two griffins. Down. Flying by instruments. There we go. I'm sure he has his reasons for his odd behavior, and I should very much like to hear them. Trust requires honesty. Ha! I told you he would not abandon us. Oh good, he's still here. Oh my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand? Kami be praised. Too often Rochelle is quick to judge all coaching for the leads of one. It's like, I'm an Almegan, we're used to it. Right then, now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse Ruby Sea without fear. Voice with birds. I suppose that shall have to suffice for now. Ha! I told you he would not abandon us. These are the same. So we can leave for Othard, right? Off we go. I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Do a day's worth of fetch quests, right? Side quests. Ah, that reminds me, Olivia. Would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less likely we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. Thinking how much more I should stream. I don't think I want to get through the entire Ruby Sea section tonight, but I can't really think of a good stopping point, so we'll go until we're done. Oh, you're one of the agent from the beach, leaving us already. No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to produce our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. Nope. Go until Baldur demands I stop. Pretty much, yeah. You've spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. If you're ready to part, we may do so at any moment. One moment. I have... NPCs to click on. Next stop, Othard and Doma. We're coming, dear. What are we standing around for? Did you not hear what Tansui said? The Viceroy must be stopped. Even if we need not fear the Confederacy, there's no telling what manner of Imperial presence we'll find waiting for us. We must be careful. You've spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. And I already did that. All aboard. I remember the cutscene with... Cutscene with Yatsu. You just get a little much. Yatsu herself is a bit much. Then let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Isari. Wait, Tansui said the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question? Man, I can't reach you. You're way down over here. If it's should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. Okay. I'll say. Little adventurer. Fall off, kiddo. Nice. Still have your bearings? I know it can be difficult when you're on the water. It would have been silly to try to swim all the way here, at least this time. At long last, I am returned to my homeland. Here we are. I am reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soroban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Oh, you are much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best and hope that we shall meet again. So we finally arrived in Uthard. All we need to do now is, liberate Doma. Ah yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Garabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doma Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit, but before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about. It may well be. I smell Corellium in the breeze. Cerulean? Impassable Latin. I don't know. That's a lot of garlic.
反乱の後とはいえ、警備が厳重すぎると思うのだけど。
いや、拙者も長く離れてはおったが、おそらくこれは常の状態ではござらん。
ねえ見て、誰か来る。
It's one of Mochi's evil girlfriends.
おお、見間違うものか。奴こそドマの大敵、主の敵。祖国を売り飛ばした大理総督、世継ゆでござる。
じゃあ、あれがさっきの反乱で帝国の手引きをしたっていうドマ代理総督、世継ゆ。それに後ろに控えてるやつって。ああ、隅々まで貧乏が染み込んでるね。まったく、まさしくドマの村だ。なーに、そんなに怯えないで。考えてもごらんなさい。これまで25年間、ドマは帝国の属州として生かされてきたんだ。嵐が過ぎれば、逆らわなければ、きっとまたのうのうと生きていけるよ。そのために私はお前さんたちの忠誠を問いに来た。どうすればいいかはガキでもわかるだろう。だというのに今朝、海を見張っていた後人族がこいつを捕まえたんだ。この村の住民で間違いないね。クガネにでも逃げようと思ったのかい？はあ、バカはかばいきれないね。他のお利口さんたちはこうならないでおくれよ。
ほら、帝国に忠誠を誓う。命令には決して背がね。
いいね、よくできました。それじゃあ、その言葉の証を立ててもらおうか。
Oh, she's evil. She's evil, I love it.
あれを殺しな。逃げ出そうとするなんて帝国に後ろ暗いものがある証拠。
オラには家族が。すまねえ。本
本当にすまねえ。
最高。私お前さんみたいな人は好きよ。じゃあ次、そこの老いぼれどもを殺しなさい。労働力にもならない連中は帝国に不要でしょ。
そんなオラの夫とおっかなできるわけがねえ。どうかそれだけは。
She's evil. I love it. That's Garleans for you. Yeah, Leon is just, ready to charge in there and make a difference.
待ちなさい。あなたたちがどれほど強くても、あんな至近距離で人質を取られてたらろくに動けないわ。いかに決着がつかなければ帝国軍の警戒を煽って不意をついての解放運動が難しくなる。ドマの民だってどんな制裁を受けることになるか。
止めてくれるな。拙者は今すぐあの狼藉をやめさせねばならぬ。今は落ち武者なれども、拙者はドマの侍大将。奴らに姿を晒し、あえて囚われれば尋問にもかけられよう。お主らはその隙に策をなせ。
Gosetsu's a little ridiculous. I love this though.
あんなやつ相手じゃ命の保証がない。あなたの目的はドマの奪還なのに、こんなところで死んでもいいっていうの？
その時はそれが拙者の役目であっただけのこと。天命が尽きるまでは決して死なん。何より拙者こう見えて捕まるのには慣れているでござる。
クガネでのこと。でもそれとこれとは、仲間が死ぬかもしれないのをみすみす見逃せないよ。
リセ、あの敗北の後だもの。気持ちは痛いほどわかる。でも負けた私たちだからこそ、きっと今までよりも前を見なきゃいけないんだわ。今後も踏まえて解決策を出すのは少しばかり難題よ。辛いと思うけど時間稼ぎをお願い。ただし死ぬのは絶対回避すること。いいわね。
No heroic sacrifices allowed.
承知つかまつった。お主らは一旦ここを離れ、北東に見える塔を目指せ。そこにいる連中とならば奇策も浮かぶやもしれぬ。
Yeah, they mentioned the Heaven on High Tower, but like, just as a landscape feature.
行くでござる。
Oh, golly, that thing's tall. And to talk about what it actually is.
どいつもこいつも本当にバカだね。骨の髄までくだらないドマの精神にどっぷり。結局生きなければ何もできないっていうのにね。
いい加減にせぬか、よつゆ。
これは随分と大物がかかったようだ。
その者らにこれ以上の狼藉は許さぬ。拙者の身柄で手を引け。さもなくばここで千人斬りの刀を抜こうぞ。
捕まえな。そこの酒場ででも話を聞かせてもらおうじゃないか。
I really like how her sleeves animate separately from her arms, because usually it's just all kind of stuck together, but they went all out with her. a little grin. She's scary. Alright, let's go ask some pirates for help now. I have some bad ideas. You heard him? Let's go. Hey, Bob. What? I hate it as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being is crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Lisetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. Kinda weird, I only saw one hunt marked to relay tonight. Saturday, usually they're hopping. They might have come through before I logged on. Huh. Bro. Let's put a filler here. He says "meow wow" and then goes and stands just out of reach of me. She's right. This is not like the Reach. This is worse. We're therefore defenseless. Olivion's like, I've seen this sort of thing before. Not quite exactly like this, but regardless. Seen one, you see. We seem to have evaded their patrols so far. What is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. I guess they do point it out. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High. Mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Hey, Eris. Oh gods, listen to me. I'm starting to sound like Alpha now. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Over there, do you see it? Anyway. Doesn't look like it's been dead long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. Well, someone's hungry. Wait, that wasn't either of you two, was it? Filler! Calm down, we had nothing to do with— Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not, no. Punch a wildlife. Time to run, Lise. We'll save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Olivia. Obvious filler, obvious. Oh, it's already dead. There we go. Capsule. Just I'm out. Parking lot noises. I've got my window open because the night is lovely, but you can hear everything going on at my apartment complex. That went better than expected. Just imagine if they'd taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to share an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. All we need to do. More pirates. It's probably pirates. So that's the way. Oh, there's a settlement here, and they've even got their own Aether. Wait a minute, I've seen that standard before. It was when we met Miss Tansui, which means this place belongs to— Oh. No mistaking that design, it has to be that. The standard, the banner, is like— it looks like a quilt. It's got so much going on. if it is explained to someone. Alice seemed bemused to find herself standing outside a Confederate stand. Fun fact, bemused is always used to mean the same exact thing as amused, maybe a milder version of it. But bemused, actually, I mean pedantic, means like distracted, like in a muse. I rarely see it actually used like that in anything newer than 100 years old, so maybe it doesn't mean that anymore. It would seem that we have found a Confederate settlement, perhaps even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Gosetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor, a self-same confederacy that refused to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're unlikely to ask us for the tithe. This whole part with my character running around with Lise and Alice is like that let's go lesbians meme. Gotcha. Wait a second. I look Stormblood things. Look who we found! This should make things easier. What wind brings you hither of all places? Were you not bound for Othar's shores? Yes, we ran into a problem. The Garleans that we expected were there. I see. I trust you have not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject? No? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me, I will take you to the captain, Rasho. Just like that? An audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people, and this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Tull. I remember when I had to actually go upstairs on my own. Due to use a less large mount. On second thought, maybe I shouldn't be the one to do this. It's never this simple, not with pirates. If they're anything like Carvalane, then may the gods have mercy on us all. There he is then, our illustrious leader. Speak, no need to be shy. Greetings, you must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Oh god, they've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. I like their robes. They're really intricate. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to no one, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Asari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remain secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. If you would excuse us. What? He wants me to top off his cat food dish, which I'm going to do because I'm a slave to this cat. I am my cat's butler. Hey, baby boy. He's still just sitting next to the dish. Okay. Don't say the cheese word. Eating cat. All ties that bind a man must be renounced without exception if he is to find a place here. Former lovers and bitter enemies alike must learn to bury their past and work side by side or else be cast. No matter how deep a man's hatreds may run, he cannot let them dictate his actions. The good of the Confederacy takes precedence over all. The captain's word is final. Can't say I didn't warn you. He licked the cat food and then walked away. Gosh. He told me to fill up his cat food, which I did. He licked it, and now he's looking out the window. I love cats. Hey, baby boy. Oh. Would you like to see a cat? He would like to see a cat. Here it is. Baby cat. Baby cat. Baby cat. Skitchy, 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 skitchy. Okay. Thank you. Here we go, right here. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Hey Olivion, I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Gosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. It is little wonder they refuse, but we have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. I feel like this isn't quite filler, but it's still kind of filler. It's like... Because setting up the pirates and what they're about and how hard it is to convince them to do things is relevant later when we take Doma Castle. Such unusual designs, unlike the standards of most nations and organizations, they have chosen to incorporate a variety of symbols, a testament to their diverse heritage. Yeah, I guess that's what I was remembering about the flags. It looks like a bed quilt, look at that. Just robbing people in broad daylight. But yeah, it sets them up, and it does need to set them up, but it still feels like filler the way it's just kind of stalling the start of the Doman plot that we were promised later. Pacing issues, probably. A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Fly around. Dingus. I don't know where I'm going. It's been years since I've played this. There we go. Taking an interest in the ship. Heck, good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time, she was a beauty. The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had many of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? Does he have anything to say? Maybe past her prime, but that gives her all the more character, I say. Effective cases is a target. Single stage. Arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly, display no signs of recent use or maintenance. Eh? Had a good look around? Then we just need to wait for release. itchy bastard. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. Just as Tansui said, they had no intention of standing up to Yatsuya. I don't know if you two got a different impression. With the right circumstances, they might help us. I think the situation is coming to a head. I agree. It's obvious that they are struggling to survive and that they blame the Imperials for the recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. Sounds good. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Alright. Wouldn't be the first time we had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that. And you know it won't be the last. Definitely filler now. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro. You two take the east. Good luck. Yeah. I was saying before that, Stormblood is badly paced. I was saying before that part of its pacing problems are that there's too much story to cram into what little space they have, but they still manage to cram it full of filler, or make things feel like filler. Yes, son, what am I? Yeah? You want me to gaze directly at you? Said the computer. You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you are courageous as well. On the beach to the west lies the carcass of a Gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those which may still be of use. While you're about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat in Gyuki tails, you know. But I did say you would need to be courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. I do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns his child. I'm gonna go fight a walrus mom. Okay. It'll go down in like 3 minutes. Oh, large snail. Yeah, what's up? No, it's down before I can get my buff. Get the arrows, get the meat. Why is the cat's worse? I'm a warrior, I have skill speed, I should cut meat faster, meow. Okay. Let's see. A baller is very chatty. Oh. When I realized this, I kind of maybe forgot to do the flag. There we go. Anyway, what I was trying to do was look at it reeks of dead Gyuki, though. Okay, the meat looks as good as it smells, which is to say, not at all. Olivion's probably not necessarily skilled with butchering random wildlife, but experience. It's something he's done. He's done a lot of things. You've been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Yuki corpse. cute pieces of me. Good typo. I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. I pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Yuki as game. But as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure become necessary, alas. With every day our future grows more uncertain. But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that we must take solace. Our wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Yuki, and wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Yuki wandering behind collecting kill. A strange sigh passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter. Thank you again for your aid. Kids are gonna take out that fate. Neither I, you. Have you seen a bumbling clod of an Aura, a new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro? He's late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better that than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations. Fetch quest, it's not too hellish. I'm complaining about the filler and the fetch quest, but they really cut it down. Gosh, I'm gonna try to fly over heaven on high. They really cut down on the fetch quest from expansion to expansion. Like, I feel like there's less here in Stormblood than there were in Heaven's Ward, which was significantly less than there was back in AR. No Moogle chores here, at least. Cast about for the Confederate recruit, but see no one matching the description. A clod of an Aura. Brain jellyfish. Chop it with an axe. It's dead. Cast about for the recruit, unless by a young army man lurking behind the rocks to the west. Sorry, I'm not tired, I'm just... Who are you? You don't look like a man of the Confederacy. Nope, indeed. Forgive me, 'twas but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own. I worried she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest on a boat and pushed it out till the current claimed it, for the sea is our home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, we say. Ghost! Ghost! Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters and lost her life for it. But my vigils ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live. Oh, that's sweet and sad. And I guess he was not actually talking about a ghost. He was talking about the boat with the corpse in it actually washing back up to the shore. Gnarly. I love it. Those things are ghosts as jellyfish, though, I think. One more of these after me. So, what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such? What? All this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel? Huh. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge him. It's good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. He says, giving me nothing but his new gift. patience with seasick pirates. Come me, take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sight way of the ocean? A new one. A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. First go find Alcuma below and receive of him medicine for men of the earth. Then to quick escape here and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly! Bossed around. Gosh, look at that volcano. Yep. Switch classes to this is stuff to do, but it looks like an even movie. The Keithies. No calm because it's evil. It's still yours. Sightsee. Come at the behest of Afumi for medicine? My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful the lot of his stonemen unable to stomach the sea. A true confederate could raise a dozen ships while in his cups. Maybe this one should return once he came. Give him a bit of time. He'll be fine. Gosh, I'm glad I can fly. My first coming through here for the actual plot before I even unlocked the Aether Currents. All the way up and all the way around. I guess I call landlubber's best mate. Medicines, give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do aught to render the world stable and motionless once more. You were kind, as is it for me. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I may. I will not soon forget this kindness. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I believe that's the last of our fetch quests, and we can get on with convincing the pirates to come help beat up the goblins. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland, Quintas. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it is not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He's hardly the first, after all. The captain, too, was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 25 years ago, when the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. I wonder how old Rasho is. Perhaps you, too, will renounce your ties and join us someday? I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tensely and holding on. Think of my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys on the land, but the sea holds salvation. You know, at this point in Olivion's timeline, that's a little tempting. He already tried to nope out, and Heidelin wasn't having it, so can't really do that. Stupid honking griffin. I should be ready with a fat cat or something for crashing into things. No, we are not with this is already done with the fetch quests. I'll say stones. You've been busy, haven't you? And now you're here to ask if I need help with anything. Now that you mention it. Lately we've had trouble with ravenous sharks. I've been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnedest thing, I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. We've got to cull the thieving bastards regularly. It so happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of these rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. Send right into chat. Yeet. Yeet, if you're just jumping over something instead of throwing something away elsewhere. Semantics. I'm gonna. It's night. Where's the moon? Where the heck is the moon? Elidibus. I'm gonna turn off Nubian Plus and see if the moon is any different. First, we need to find the darn thing. Where the heck is the moon? It's behind heaven on high. Guys, I can't find the moon. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's the moon. Okay. Now, turn off New Game Plus and see if it's any different. Oh, he hasn't actually... Oh, I can't do it while I'm out. He hasn't actually finished, 5.55 yet. So this is not conclusive. I did that on the other character. Let's see. Okay, plus, suspend. Yeah, looks the same. I will need to come back when I finish this, or finish 5.5, or when or just check on Cowboy. On patch day, I took Oster Cat through the MSQ real quick, and then I brought Olivion into Boja, and I finished Boja on 2 characters, and I haven't been back to this MSQ second time around. I like to space it out. Moon spray ID2. Rotting fish, lovely. Here, shark, shark, shark. Today I encountered a heavy metal cover of a Baby Shark song, so. Beautiful band. And the flying sharks that are just very simply called flying sharks. I keep thinking these little sprites are destination points. Just there we go. These things are purple though, because they're summoned sharks. One more shark. So it should be industrious pirate. Hydrate, guys. Oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Nope. Damn, before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked if we were Doman. The Yatsu use catchers, I know it. First Asari, and now this. I've got to tell Rasha and the others. Let's go picking on Domans who have kind of renounced being Doman by joining the pirates over here. That's not very nice. Although it is a perfect mirror of being Alameda. We've been keeping busy. How about... Oh no, you've got that... Look, what happened now? Ah, there you are, Livian. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling, though I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in the sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I'm told. She sucked a pirate. I should like to think that we have proven ourselves to be rather... why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates? Surely Yatsuyu has crossed the line now. We must go and speak of Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny that this changes everything. At least I should like to think that he cannot. What is Yatsuyu thinking kidnapping Confederates? She has to know they won't take this line down. She just stay and just directly go away. We need to speak with Rasho immediately. Okay, if you insist. Upstairs we go. Let's get this over with, shall we? My thoughts exactly, bro. This is wasted. Itchy, itchy, itchy.
ああ、お前らか。いろいろと働いてくれたらしいな。すまねえ。恩に着る。で、こっちの事情は分かってるんだよな。知ってて俺らのとこに来たんなら、そちらさんの申し出には察しがつくが。
ええ、代理総督世露の暴挙はもはや海賊衆としても見過ごせないはずよ。改めて力を貸すから手を組んでほしいの。
まったく檻が良すぎるってもんだろ。さてはお前ら綺麗ななりして疫病神の類か。
淡水、やめておけ。この件は彼女たちの差し金ではない。それは俺たち全員が分かっていることだろう。海賊衆に逃げ込んだドマ人を連れ戻してなぶり殺す。いかにもあの代理総督が好みそうな暴虐だ。
Yatsuyu makes a great mini-me for Xenos.
さらわれた連中はイサリ村に連行されている可能性が高い。それで俺たちが仕掛ければ報復として皆殺し。
But also, like,
動かなくともじわじわと壊滅に追い込む。
once you know Yatsu's backstory, she has a damn good motivation. Like, the way she's acting is inconceivable, but it also makes sense. It's explicable, and Xenos is just... He came out of the blue to do this for funsies, and Yatsu's doing it as some weird kind of revenge. So they're behaving the same way for wildly different reasons, and it's quite fascinating. I like them. They're great foils for each other. And then Fordola as kind of a third point on that trifecta of those three, Xenos, Yatsu, and Fordola, make a really good trifecta of villains who kind of do the same thing for such wildly different reasons. Fordola's not nearly as bad as the other two.
どの道ろくな選択肢はない。だが仲間を一手に失うくらいならばしばし針のむしろに座して挽回の兆しを待つ。それが海賊衆統領としての返答だ。
Reasons all for myself again.
それはさらわれた仲間を見捨てるってことだよね。そんなことを一度でも許せばあなたたちは命より大事なものを失うかもしれない。本当にそれでいいの？
It's like Fordola does what she does because she's trying to prove a point. She's trying to make occupied Alamigo a better place for Alamegans by proving to Xenos and the rest of the Empire that they're worthy. Yatsuyu is on some sort of revenge spree, and Xenos is just horny for murder. But they do similar things for such wildly, I already said that, wildly different reasons, but they're just, all three of them, a great little trifecta of foils, and I'm just flailing around with a cashew. Stormblood is good.
ねえ、一つだけ交渉の材料がまだ残ってるの。我ながらひどい思いつきというか、ちっとも楽じゃなくて明暗とは言い難い泥臭いやつ。
Olivian hears this and he's like, that sounds like a great idea. That sounds like my kind of ideas. Let's hear it.
巻き込んでもいい？
Yeah, kid. I trust you. Ask me again later. That's a good answer.
あの人たちをこのままにしておくなんてできないもんね。どこの国でだって 帝国に虐げられる人を見捨てたくない。私も何でもする。
ありがとう。
Alright, kiddo.
あなたたちの主張はよくわかったわ。だったら私たちが挽回の兆しとやらを見せてあげる。思わず立ち上がりたくなるようなとびっきりのね。
Camera angle, like you're looking heroic.
結局そっちが危惧してるのってイサリ村にいる兵に太刀打ちできるかどうかじゃなく、その不安を払拭するわ。私たちはあの村と仲間を救った後に、そして今それをなすだけの実力があると示してみせる。そうね、敵の戦力を削ぐって意味でもここらの後人族を一手に引き受けるのなんてどう？
後人族をお前らだけではっ、バカ言ってんじゃねえ、そんなこと。
きっと思ってる以上に強いわよ。特にこの人はバカみたいな絵面ごと何度だって現実にしてきた。
Esteemed
私
colleague.
たちの出す成果を見てかけてみたくなったらイサリ村の奪還で答えてちょうだい。東の海賊が博打嫌いでないのならね。
どうするよ、横領。こうまで言われちゃ尻込みしづらいぜ。
ならばお手並み拝見といこう。
Oh, we can have that. Alright, let's go. Detour to some Ninja Turtles. I guess the plot here is shaped about like that bit in Dragon Age Origins where the overall plot is you've got to resolve the succession crisis. And to do that, you need the help of the dwarves. The dwarves won't help you because they're having a succession crisis, so you have to resolve a succession crisis in order to resolve the succession crisis. This is stacked about like that. Is that a spoiler? That wasn't a spoiler. Bold claims and even bolder promises. I should be interested to see if you can live up to them. Thank you for placing your faith in me. All that remains is to carry out your promise, ambitious as it is. I guess, Primal we fight later, Susanoo, is actually Olivion's first Primal. Like, he's got the other Warrior Light's memories. He knows how to fight Primals, because he remembers fighting Primals that he never fought, but, yeah, Susanoo would be his first. So, alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you are set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Bolder promises or balder promises, yeah. Seek the Blue on the Isle of Becca. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting over long for your sign. Right then, let's head for... Wait, where's Lise? We cannot leave without her. Should just wander off. It is time for... Hey, Catboy. He's asleep. Look at Toby's. Sleep cat. Sound asleep. Toe beans. If I streamed with any real regularity, I would probably set up another camera so I could have cat stream. Point a camera at his cat bed on the desk here, and one at the couch behind me. Or he also likes to lie. I could go this way. asleep. That's so sad. Olivia, what is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I just wanted to have a think. You're worried we won't be able to live up to our promises? No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Ida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me, but I'm starting to think I don't. Maybe she takes after her mom. Maybe her mom was a punching meathead like this. A jock. What am I even doing here? At least you're punching things. I need you. Gods, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save, and we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? Aww. Right? Before we first traveled to Garabania, I was in Limsa Laminsa visiting a friend, a young child who had been through a great deal. Is the little kobold. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I had ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless, I decided to stop and try them. I'll treat you to one when all this is over. Olivia too, and I won't take no for an answer. What about Ishtola? You'd never hear the end of it. Alright, Ishtola too, once she's better. Deal? Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. Like, if you stop whining and go punch Imperials, I will buy you a pastry. This game is lovely. Yeah. So here, yeah, here we go. Sorry, no things in Discord here. Red, blue. Wait, didn't Sir Ramon say something about this before? She was not paying attention. I think this is the Isle of Becca, though to be honest, it looks the same to me as however many other islands around here. Rasha said there would be a cave that would lead us to their village. We should search further inland. I remember getting really lost my first time through here ages ago. It's so obvious. It's right up the thing. I don't know why I got so lost. Ooh, this jump puzzle here. I get the... It was an Aether Current, wasn't it? How much further do you think it is? Yeah, it was a quest to... And the Aether Current was a reward. Which means that you cannot fly to cheat the quest. Are we there yet? Are we there? We're there yet.
何かしら妙に明るい気が。
that a light I see up ahead? Ninja turtle. Oh. My little terrarium. Yeah, swimming lessons.
大きな水泡の中、私たち海底にいるんだわ。
あれ、聞いたことある声だなって思ったけど、あんたたちだったか。
I'll never stop being impressed. That's Thancred's voice actor.
そろばん？なんでこんなところに？
You can see why I play the Japanese voices, Eris. Everyone just sounds more.
なんでも何も自分の拠点だしな。
え？じゃあもしかしてここが青コーラの？
そうだよ。オイラたちの青の玉水へようこそ。
Okay. Look at their faces. Pleased though I am to see you again, I am confused. Were you not bound for Othar? It's like, yeah, we got some filler quests. Of course, Soroban said he was a Kojin of the Blue, didn't he? How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. We should tell Soroban about our situation. If anyone here can help us, it's him. Perhaps Soroban can help us convince his brethren to aid us somehow. We may as well ask him, don't you think? So tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? Filler. It isn't really filler though, because we need to get the underwater breathing blessing, and we need to get the Kojin on our side again for when we drown Doma Castle. That's indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunchen. It'll be up to you, however, to present your case. The center of the village lies further below. I still have so many questions, but they will have to wait. The Elder awaits. Should we bow when we meet the Elder? I know that's the sort of thing they usually do in the Far East, but that extent to turtle people living under the sea? Oh, why must diplomacy be so complicated? Just be polite, please. It's okay. Just don't punch anything and you'll be good enough. I already finished this. Is that Puggy? It's still Puggy. I think you were an Alisei. Yup, that is an Alisei. Days since last limit break, it's 0. Hi, Soroban. I present you the honored Elder Bunchen. You should probably refrain from addressing him by name. He does not much care for it. Bunchen. Could just change his name if you like.
歓迎しますぞ、お客人方。そろばんが良い取引をさせていただいたそうで。
はじめまして、青コーラの長老さん。早速だけど相談に乗ってもらいたいことがあるの。
どなるほど。帝国軍に組みする後人族、つまりベニコーラの連中をしばしおとなしくさせておきたいということですな。
彼らとあなたたちはあまり仲が良くないって聞いてるけど、一応は同族なんだよね。こんな相談やっぱり嫌かな。
She's so awkward.
遠路はるばる海底まで来てくださったことじゃ。わしらはこの世の真羅万象を織りなす八百万の神を祀っておりますのじゃ。
I think this is the most lore we get on the Kami in the entire game, is this bit right here.
神々はこの世におわす際、しかるべきものに宿られる。
And it makes sense that maybe in Doma and stuff they would,
一品と呼ばれるもの。
the non-turtles might have a bit of a
枠の
different
ついた
perspective
も
on
のな
things.
どが特に好まれると言われておりますな。後人族はそういった神の宿りし者、あるいはそれにふさわしき宝を集めることで代々繁栄してまいりました。
Sparks of joy.
しかし一大勢力を誇るガレマール帝国を敵にしては、宝物を探すにしても元手となる金銭を稼ぐにしてもあまりに厄介でございましょう。そこでベニコーラの連中は早々に帝国軍と組むことを選んだのじゃ。
That's reasonable until the Garleans say you're not allowed to have religion anymore because they've been doing that.
でもさ、ガレマール帝国ってのはどんな神様も認めちゃいないんだってね。だからベニコーラたちは神様のことを隠して単にお金を稼ぎたいふりをしてるんだってさ。
Yeah, just keep the religion a secret and Garleans can't tell you not to.
おいやどうかと思うんだよな。神様を大事にするためやってることのはずなのに。
しかり、まったくけしからんことじゃ。もとよりわしら青コーラは武力ではなく縁の力、すなわち交易や商売によって宝物を集めんとしております。されど昨今のベニコーラの振る舞いによって縁は断たれ、得るべきものが得られなくなっている。
This cannot continue.
それじゃあ協力してもらえると思っていいのかしら。
もちろんですとも。ベニコーラのやつらの首をヒュヒュッと引っ込める方法を教えてしんぜましょう。
These arm things, it looks like shell, but I don't think that's part of his arm. I think that's clothing because of the decorative bits. Are they wearing pieces of other? Yeah, and Stormblood.
秘蔵中の秘蔵を明かすことになります。
The only explanation clearly is that he's wearing pieces of his ancestors' shells. Gruesome. I'm sure there are others.
取引をしていただけませんかな。
ああ、さすが長老。うまいこと言ってがっぽり稼ぐ算段だ。
はっはっは。そろばん、それは口に出してはならんぞ。
合点だ。
なんかちょっと不安だけど、ここはやるしかないのかな。
I think I should probably wrap up the stream kind of soon here, so I think I'm going to get the Kojin's blessing and then head off. But we've got a little bit more. 1,000 gods found within the great and small. Rather different from Eorzea and her 12, but I have heard of stranger things. In some lands, for instance, men refuse to acknowledge the existence of all but a single god. Monotheism is weird, okay? Whatever it is we've got to do, we'll do it, right? I mean, what other choice do we have? May this bargain be the first of many between our peoples. Listen well, my friends. We require your assistance with the search for a priceless treasure, the Yasakani no Magatama. This jewel, this most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Higashi until they decided to present it to the Garleans in gesture of conciliation. The Red would not abide this, and so they plotted to seize the vessel bearing it to their imperial masters. Alas, though they succeeded, ensuing chaos, the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. So you want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours. I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that without, you know, scuba gear. Drowning? Fear not. There is a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing. First, you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and a freshly harvested Unkyu carapace. Fetch quest. That's quite the shopping list. I'll see the shells, and Lise can look to the coral. Olivia, would you go and find an Unkyu and relieve it of its carapace? With my axe. Let's see what this is. Do take care when killing the Unkyu, not to damage its carapace too much. Things over there, flags over there, but here. Crab. Crab wave. That was quick. No one shot. Yeah, it's later than whoa. It is later than I thought. Okay. I just get carried away with the story. Time isn't real, guys. Well, have you the Unkyu carapace? Indeed. How splendid they are! The kami shall be most pleased, I am sure. I've got it, the ruby coral you wanted. And the sea snail shells. They are about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Once it has been completed, you'll be able to move freely through the depths and find the Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us together, how are we supposed to even find it? The Ruby Sea is not exactly small. Aha, surely you realize that we have been searching this whole time? The area we wish you to explore is but a small fraction of the Ruby Sea. Already we have scoured most of the seabed near and within our territory, to no avail. All that remains is a region to the west. A shellless of Sui no Sato can provide you with better guidance than me. You would do well to visit them first. Shellless? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Rain have been here as long as I can remember. Shiosai, the overseer, I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We have yet to carry out the ritual. I can hardly wait. Quite how this blessing is supposed to keep us from drowning remains to be seen. Sorban is about to show you a shining, shimmering, splendid new world. So, Disney reference, isn't it? Little Mermaid. Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike any you have ever known? And let us go to the western part of the village where the water twists and turns, and there complete our preparations for the ritual. Right. This is the place, right? I'm not sure I like the look of that whirlpool. He dove into the water a moment ago and said to wait here until he returned. Yes.
お待たせ。無事にあんたたちの分の捧げ物を海に捧げてきたよ。これで準備は万端だ。早速おまじないをかけてあげるからそこに並んでよ。それじゃあ肩の力を抜いてオイラの唱えることを心の中で復唱するんだよ。海に弱わしますもろもろの神様、暗きもの、輝けるもの、流れるもの、よどむもの、大海原を満ち引きさせるありとあらゆる神々よ。このもの立てまつる品々の捧げ物をお納めになりて、陸の汚れを払い、和田罪の美しみを賜らんと申すこと、いざ気こしめせとかしこみ申す。
That was easy.
はい、おまじない完了。
かなって本当に？体に変化があったようには思えないけど。
多分大丈夫だよ。でもあくまで水中にいられるようになっただけで泳ぎが達者になったってわけじゃないかな。
私は泳げるけど、アリゼは平気？
よくぞ聞いてくれたわ。アルフィノは泳げないけど、私は水泳が得意よ。
Love it.
そう。アルフィノは泳げないけどね。
He's not very buoyant.
だけど人の体は水を捕まえにくそうだからな。何はともあれ海に入ってからだね。さあさあ、いっ
Oh, I cut him short, sorry. Her boots and her heavy cloth robe thing. Lisa's in armor. Olivion's in jeans. Yeah, this is gonna go great. Eesh. There she goes.
すごい。陸地にいる時とまるで変わらないわ。
それじゃあ早速助っ人を呼んでみるよ。
わっ、あなたたちが助っ人？ありがとう。海の果てまででも行けちゃいそうだ。そんな遠出はご勘弁願いたいけどね。豪雪も羅生たちも待たせてるんだから。
A long list of things to do here.
もしそいつらとはぐれちゃったら、おいらに声をかけてくれればまた呼ぶからさ。
行こう。この海の先に探し物はきっとあるよ。
And diving unlocked. Yay, I already did it. Dive into deep water. I know how it works. And I do believe I'm going to leave off about here. Gosh, this gave me the pop-up. Go ahead and head back in here and leave off here, and we will pick up later, next time, whenever that is. I do not know when it will be. It will be soon. So, nighty-night, guys. Thanks for coming along with my however long this stream was. Oh, I'm gonna need to talk to him again. Okay, that's okay. Put Olivia on a swimsuit for this maybe too. Anyway, thanks guys. I will see you guys later. Nighty-night.